Okay. Okay. Wow, you're eating good in the neighbor. This is where you what's Bojangles? Okay. Well, you're eating good. You may. I don't eat fast food, so I don't really know. But is it like uh, Popeyes or KFC? Do you, do you have a favorite chicken place? Do you have a favorite chicken place? Oh, right. Yeah. Man, I love fried chicken. I love breading a fried chicken. I could eat that. I think everybody does. Um, but like comfort food, I like fried chicken. I like mashed potatoes. I like chicken. I like all kinds of chicken. I like salad. I like um, a chicken stick. I like my local kosher market has um, like um, what do you call it? Like, but like they have like chicken and like you would get it at Costco or something, and it's just like I think it's broiled or something, but that's really good. One of those. There's just a lot of little bones and stuff you got to be careful of. A lot of time you're eating chicken that like a roasted chicken that I like. Um, I really like the breading of chicken though. Like that, I don't know how you would ever make this, but if they just can make the breading, they should make that. Somebody just make chicken breading. I don't know. I think a lot of people would like that. I've never known anybody to do it, but you can make it in like little, um, something like that. Anyway, what else do I? There you go. Perhaps California. Um, I like all that stuff. Like I like biscuits. I like. You know what I really love is where it's like comfort food games. Um, um, chicken and dumplings. That's my shit. I love that. I could eat dumplings like all day. And what like coleslaw, all kinds of stuff. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think of any kind of chicken that I don't like. But I think of a chicken every which way. And I don't know, fried chicken. And I love the betting. Like, I, that's, yeah, good stuff. And yeah, again, they just gotta watch the pump. That's why I really like chicken. Just seriously, just eat chicken all day, barbecue sauce and shit. What up, Tony? How are you?
Because I lost I
I know. Okay, so it's not the end of the world, perhaps. I mean, I have it recorded on my end, but I don't know. Like, if you knew, if we know that day, it was like 3 weeks ago today or something. um, but I don't know if I would have your audio recorded, but I would have your video recorded. Okay, it's not on Riverside.
can't find it, but I don't know. Is it like the 1, 2, and 4? It's not 3. It's not them.
Okay, you mean like Riverside didn't record it?
I don't know what happened. Like, sorry, I don't know what happened.
Okay, I mean, it is what it is. No big deal. I think you would just tell your viewers or whatever that you recorded another episode, but that it got lost.
I
I mean,
I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know really. Yeah, I need to do that. But I need to change it because we were talking about the season for the 4th episode, episode, so I need to change it.
yeah. I mean, hold on a second. Do you remember how we did it? I just want to make sure you recognize, just to refresh your memory for it.
We did like 15 minutes in that episode, and you're done. I remember that.
Oh, wait,
And
hold on,
afterwards,
hold on, hold on,
we
hold on, hold on. We did the first episode, then we did the second
yeah,
episode, and later the same day of the second episode, we did the third episode. And that's when my phone
yes.
died. And then we did the fourth episode. So the second and third episode are like in the same day.
I think so.
You would do is go to Riverside to the second day and with the recording that you have on that day. And then you cut it up. It wasn't a separate day. It was its own day. Or it
No,
was,
no, but we done, I think, we done like 1, 2, but we done 2 and 3 separate.
no, we did them the same way.
No, but even, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And this is lost. I don't know why. That is lost. I don't know why.
Okay, so are you thinking that Riverside didn't record it?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what happened. Like,
Sure. Okay. Well, what you could do, um, then let me just check. I have it recorded. I could just record your audio if you. Then you don't have to tell your audience anything. They would just know difference. Just one moment. Let me see. It was it was like May something. May May second and something like that. Okay, so if I go back to May second, probably do you know what date it was?
oh, yes. What do you mean?
What date was our interview for the second one?
Oh,
For the third one?
second one, right? That I will come.
Was it May 2nd?
Yeah, I think so. I think correct.
Okay, just one moment. I'll see if I have the. I mean, I know I have the recording. I just want to.
And we're gonna check Simon. Because is that third was beaten lamb because it was not good side because it was like it,
What is the big one?
I am saying that I have tried recording without doing it. And second title recording without 10 minutes. And this is recording when I am just now. If you know, if you don't know.
Okay, what did you say? How long is the first recording?
First recording was 30. Yes, I get this. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I get it. Sorry.
That's okay. I got you. No big deal.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, no worries. No, no worries. That's great. That's great. That's great news, Tony. How have things been for you? How have you been?
Oh, sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't.
Okay, well, that's life, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, you found it. That's great.
Yes. Yeah. So I for this because this week I have no episode, so I need to stay with you.
Okay.
And maybe next week I will gonna stay with you too, but I don't know.
Okay.
So we have you guys been more podcasting?
Yeah, I found another one with a woman who
Nice.
interviewed me. Yeah, and then I've been inquiring on some others. I want to say, yeah, I did one. It was over an hour. It was good. It was long, and I got to talk about a lot of really what I feel be interesting things. And she was a really great podcast host too. She was organized and just like went into it very open-mindedly. And I would say every person that I've ever podcasted with, they've all been uh, very open-minded people. So you all been good. And she's been doing she's done like 77 podcasts. She's done it over the course of like 6 years or something. So she's got quite a few episodes. And the one issue with her podcast is not that big of a deal, but it airs in September. It's like, why so long in advance? She books that. She's getting her master's degree, so she's like an academic, and she throws these out very far in advance, and she publishes one a month. So the month of September, but she was really really nice. We got to talk about stuff. So yeah, I've done that one, and then it talks to authors. So it's a good thing. How about you? Have you done it? What did you talk about?
Like, so I I celebrate. I say, what's up, guys? And welcome to back to yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry, sorry. My mind is not firing right now. Sorry.
That's all right.
What's your question?
Oh, how have the podcasts been since we last spoke?
I did that better out. I'm sorry. That was good episode. Very nice episode. And not since then.
Okay. Did you have the chance to upload your other podcast to Spotify?
Yes. Yes.
That's great. So now you're a Spotify person, right?
Yeah. And I am on Apple Podcast. I'm everywhere.
Okay. I'm gonna push you on this. Are you on iHeart Media?
Yes.
Great job.
Yes.
Great job. Okay, you're on Pandora.
I will check.
That's okay.
I don't.
That's okay.
I don't know why that. I'm on.
Are you on Apple
Okay.
Podcast? Apple Podcast?
Yes. Yes.
That's great. Those are the
Yes.
big ones. Those are the big ones. Great job, Tony. Yeah, now you have like a real podcast. So not that you didn't before, but before it was the YouTube podcast, which is a podcast, but
Yeah.
most people go to YouTube to watch video. So now when people are searching on Spotify and such, they're going to be able to find your podcast and like it, and subscribe and everything.
And I did my first interview.
You did your first interview.
It was good.
What first interview?
It was about Bitcoin and AI.
Okay. Oh, somebody interviewed you?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. How did that go? Thinking AI. Was it fun?
Yeah, it was like fun. I was a little bit. I don't want to say scared, but I was a little bit amazed because I was it was my first time. But yeah, it was good. I hope they're gonna release it, and if they're gonna release it, it's gonna be fun.
Okay. Why would they release it?
Because some it's like it's like it's like it's it's a bit podcast and I say like mistake I don't have Bitcoin but I have this but not much so I hope that you're gonna be like okay mistakes anyway so I hope
Okay. I mean that works. Um, do you think that they thought what you said was interesting?
yes I think sorry this episode was so interesting like truly
That's good. All right. So, how do you plan on getting more people on your podcast?
right now I am talking with two persons right now. One be about electrician in America.
Okay.
Then that is going to be interesting. And another one is going to be about God, because he is a believer.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about that.
All right. And do you think that um and then from there how are you gonna get podcast people?
From there, I have a lineup. I have number one, and yeah, I have some people. I have some people.
Well that's great.
I have like three people lineup
Oh that's great. Okay. And how did you meet them?
through online.
Okay. But I mean like was it
Like
I know, but was it like
that's it.
oh Twitter, okay. That's great.
Yeah, Twitter is the best.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
So yeah, so do you think you are more famous right now?
Oh, it's every day big dog.
What?
I get more famous every day.
That's yeah, that was a secret answer.
How about you? How about you? Do you feel more famous?
That's a good question. I don't know. Like I'm not saying I'm more than, but like I think more people know me. I'm not like you. I'm not like I don't have like 30 people on Twitter and I know.
It's Aquarius where have a discussion. What's going on with Aquarius? He is okay, yes, on YouTube. Good. So Tony, you found our podcast, right? And you were looking for a podcast and you found it on Riverside, correct? Okay.
No, I just these people was in my podcast, like, and I was in
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, very cool. Well, that's good. All right, well, I hope. Well, yeah, let me know if you run into any issues with it, okay?
and and I, one more thing,
Yes, sir.
I will gonna make my first ever Brazilian on stream on my podcast.
Okay.
He doesn't speak English,
Okay.
so with AI. So I hope we get everything finalized and we do it next week. And also we got tweets like yes, like 30,000 people. Like
Okay, why don't you write the questions in Portuguese so that he knows what they are, and then you just say, okay, we're going to do the first question, and then you read it, and then you know it's in his own language.
I want to be like in like real time AI.
Oh, you want to do it in real time?
Yeah,
I mean, that's going to be challenging. You know that, right?
yeah, I know. But I know. I think this will be first ever to somebody to do that. Like if I'm not mistaken. So this is one of my projects. And I mean,
All right.
I am so happy I found it. Like I am really happy to do it.
I'm really happy you found one.
That part,
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I'm really happy because I
Yeah, you should just, you can use it if you want as a lesson that whenever you do a podcast, ask any podcaster, they always lose something eventually. So have a backup going.
yeah.
So whenever you do your podcast, even if it's like you have a recording going in the background, just do that. If you do this enough, you're going to run into an issue where you um,
Yeah,
you lose something.
that's not, that's not. So I did anyone is here in that Discord from the podcast or
No,
not really?
not to my knowledge. I do my best to ask everybody how they found out about me or whatever. And it doesn't usually, when I'm on a podcast, happen right away. What does happen is it'll be like
You understand?
2 months or 3 months or even a year or two later, someone will be like, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast, and I thought it was really interesting." And I'll be like, "Oh, what podcast?" And they'll be like, "Oh, you like podcasts?" Okay, cool. But yeah, it usually doesn't happen.
I think
I was just
I think what I think what what I need with you is like I am going to be like forever because I'm with this like crazy project with you and yeah.
well, that's for certain, Tom. Absolutely. It's like someone who wrote a book 400 years ago, and people have discovered the book and they'll read it.
And that's like really craziest thing like maybe in like 100 years and I just somebody will be only because of you, because what I did with you.
I have confidence in that.
That is so true. and that is and that is good for me too because I'm not long go ages to come, but I'm going to be
That's exactly right.
no.
To quote, to quote the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe, what we echoes in eternity,
Yeah.
and you will echo in eternity. And hopefully, with the right technology, you'll be able to live in eternity.
Yeah, even if not, I have my internet model because so
Absolutely. And let's be honest, you would have had it anyway. But I, no other person you interview has a project that they say, well, they're going to make you a millionaire, but also that they have a much bigger scope of what they're doing. They have somebody like, hey, I'm an electrician in the United States, and this is what I do. These are the challenges that I undergo, and this is what my life is like with an electrician. That's
Yeah.
great. But hey, can I see what you were doing 3 years ago on this very day? And they'd be like, well, no, I mean, that's kind of a wild thing to ask. But with mine, you can't.
yeah. So I think anything can happen, but are you gonna have food in the internet for a long time? Like,
That's correct, sir.
and this is so amazing to feel. I'm not going to try it. That is above my soul.
I agree. Did you ever see the It is. Did you ever see the? Um, it's considered the first YouTube video. It's like me at the zoo. It's like the first YouTube video. It's called like me at the zoo. Do you know what I'm referencing? It's okay. If you don't. It's the oldest YouTube video.
No.
It's like 21 years old, but it's just some guy who went to the zoo, and like he would have never thought that his trip to the zoo would be considered like the oldest, like
Yeah.
like such an impactful.
Yeah. So basically, I am in the same position because I eat a video.
Essentially, yeah.
That's 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 the like bro, that's wow. That is so like truly because my grandchildren it's gonna watch me.
That's
It's gonna listen to adult. And it is so so funny. Like it is so I'm yeah,
that's great.
when you get finally get for against record.
What am I going through when people can watch all
Finally,
when people can watch all my videos? So it'll take a few years. And
because if it is happen, so fuck. Truly, like realize this is so good. If this is gonna happen, you will have your own.
oh yeah, and
This is
I'll have a few of them, a few different ones because a lot of what I've done on camera has been art. one thing for somebody to be like, most amount of hours slept on a street. Okay, where's your evidence? They'll be like, well, I just slept on the stream line. Okay, that's fine, but is it recorded? Well, no. Okay, but mine are recorded. Most deals on camera.
That's it.
So it's not just one of them. Like once they have a chance to go through everything that I've done, it's potentially hundreds, if not thousands of them.
Bro, do you know how this is going to bring my value up
All right. I mean,
and like everybody value?
yeah, I mean, well, about what I do, that's important. But as they say, a rising tide lifts all ships.
That's, that's you are like I think you will break the you I think you will be Google man on the planet some
No doubt. No doubt. I agree with that.
some point. You will be more Google man on the planet.
That's good.
And I think you will be on TV soon.
Well, that can happen.
I am happy that I basically after me like get more casting like tsunami of podcast.
Yeah. Um, and I've been sending out emails about it as well. So I'm not
Or
definitely,
what?
I'm just not doing it on Twitter. I'm doing it on different platforms.
Or what?
What you said?
I'm saying that I am happy you have right now that like tsunami of podcast.
Yeah, I do. Just gotta keep it up. I say to myself, if I can send out 30, if I can say to myself, I need to send out 30 emails a day about being on people's podcasts to real Spotifyers, people with emails I get from Spotify. In 1 year, I will be famous.
I think it will be in Joe Rogan. And I am happy that I am part of the journey.
I'm happy that you're part of it too.
And my journey is longer than yours.
But once I go viral, you're going to go viral, and every single person I've ever been on podcasts and streams will go viral. It'll be a big deal.
Yep. No, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
No doubt.
is your dream, like podcast? Where do you want?
Oh, podcast do I want to do?
Yeah.
Um, I'd like to do a New York Times podcast for um, like the PBN podcast. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's like one of the biggest, like one of those really mainstream ones that has a liberal bend or more progressive bend. I feel like if I got on that, then there's like no podcast that wouldn't have been on because you're like legitimized. Once you're on those podcasts, you're not on like those are the biggest mainstream podcasts. So
That's
it wouldn't be like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan. Those would be cool, and I'd love to be on Joe Rogan. I'd love to be on Kill Tony. I'd love to be on one of those podcasts, but um, one of those like news hour podcasts or whatever. They're like I really like to be on a PBS or or New York Times or um, it's called Wine Net or like it is Daily Podcast something like that. That would be one of the Israeli newspaper podcasts. That would be really of interest to me. I think I would do that. But even if I want to do Chinese podcasts, but um, whatever those are. I don't know what all of those are, but like something like really like outside my wheelhouse, outside of what I'm used to.
what we prepare for prepare for one because I understand now because you make we prepare for a lot of questions about your name. We
I mean, I can only control what I can control. Anybody can ask me any questions that they want. It's not throughout our entire time together. How many times have I asked you about your name? Zero.
zero. I'm not famous.
Okay, I'm not famous. It's like if I have the last name in the United States, Kennedy. People don't have to be.
And
People don't have to. If I had the last
you
name,
will be uh,
my last name were Kennedy in the United States. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
do you know how many do you know how many hospitals
I don't want to talk about those. Those aren't my.
and I'm not like I'm just saying that we did it.
Okay.
So
All right.
I understand you like say to me like so I understand your name but like doing hundreds of thousands of things.
Okay.
You not understand.
Okay. It comes down to this. What is my name? Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Are you a banker? No. I'm a
Yeah.
certified project management professional. That's the end of the story. It would be like if you interviewed someone named Michael Kennedy and you'd say, "Are you related to President Kennedy?" They'd say no, or they'd say, uh, or they'd be like, "Are you part of the Kennedy clan?" Not directly. We share DNA. That's about it. That's the end of the story of that. I mean, there may be more to other
Yes.
things and to what you say and who you are, and that might be really interesting. But people can
Crazy.
okay. I mean, let them be however they want to be. Well, that's a very small portion of who I am and what I do. The thing is, in the future, the banking dynasty will consider themselves coming from me, not me coming from them. It's about data. It's about content. I have more data and content created than every single other member of my family. Every single one combined. I have more data. Nobody else live streams it. That means every newspaper article for hundreds of years, I have more content than every Rothschild ever combined. So it's like I will be seen as the patriarch of the family, as the scion of the family. And the people will be like, oh, are you from the Rabbi Rothschild part of the family, or are you from the banking part? Because the banking part's late. The cool part is the historian, the futurist, the rabbi's part of the family. And that's cool.
I know you are not very deep part of family. I know, but I people okay, right. Meaning that it.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of like, okay, do you know what Seth Rogen is?
No,
Okay, so he's an actor in the United States. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
I know.
Okay, so Joe Rogan's, I've never heard him ask, are you and Seth Rogen, you know, cousins? Like, it's a big family. The Rogan family is a big family.
I know.
So it's,
But it's very different. Rogan family and Rothschild family. That's different. That's big different.
yeah, to some extent, but to other extents, Joe Rogan has more content created on the internet. He has like, I don't know, something like 350 days by now. If you combine all of his content, that's his own dynasty. That's huge.
Hmm.
And maybe Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan are related somehow. I mean, we're all related somehow. But people don't get set up on that. They don't get hung up on that. They want to talk about what Joe Rogan does with the UFC and his podcast and his acting career and his Fear Factor career. They want to find out who the person is.
I mhm, I hope you will be in the same position like him. They are not going to give a fuck about your name.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm happy for you, and yeah, I think this is great, and I am happy to be part of this.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you found our other podcast, and you should use it as a lesson that you need to record.
Hmm.
It's not that hard. If you have a computer, you just open up your recorder, and at least then you get, you know, like then you don't like,
Yeah.
you know, I would have been okay if you would have been like, hey, can we re-record that or whatever? I would have been okay with that. Or if I didn't have it, I would have been okay with that. But not everybody's going to be. And imagine this was a really big interview for you. You want to make sure that it doesn't happen to you again. So you basically use it as a lesson.
Hmm.
So, you've got like a voice recorder, or you could even, if even you used your phone, just use your phone. And
Hmm.
then it's not the same device, too, which is important. If you can
Hmm.
avoid it from being the same device. So you play on your phone or you record on your phone the voice recorder, and then you shouldn't have an issue.
And also I did stream on number
How did it go?
and or kick.
Okay, what about YouTube
That's
and
good.
that's good. What about
At
YouTube
Twitch,
and Twitch?
YouTube, I need more videos. YouTube is like so small for it, so I'm gonna need more videos. So that's YouTube, and on Twitch, like some technical issues. So I did one yesterday only for Lambo and Kick.
Okay, well that's good. What were the technical issues on Twitch?
I don't know. I was not looking it right now because I have different work. But I'm gonna look in it today, and I will gonna let you know.
Okay.
So, what is your plan for today? I know this is the big question, but
Yeah, no, good question. So I'm getting my streams more organized, and I've been creating a lot of blogs. Um, so I like to write on futurist topics and just like pop culture, things about society. And I created a robot that does that for me automatically. And I'm just making sure that
nice.
it populates correctly. I'm in the process of creating about 2,000 blogs, which is a lot of not blog posts, blogs, individual blogs, which is just a massive amount of blogs. And then each blog, I want to have at least 100 posts. So that's 200,000 posts, which is just, it's got to be the biggest set of blogs in the world. And
You want to break all of records?
it basically, yeah. That why not? Why not? Right? Why not try to have as much content as possible?
Not like in sports, but in no sports and no food, you will be best.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, it's like uh, imagine someone were a basketball player, and instead of going into their career like I want to win a championship, they were like I want to win all the championships, and I want to break every single scoring record and every single assist record and everything. If it's a record, then it becomes a target that I want to break. That's kind of how I am. I I want to do it all, as they say. So
yeah, I get that.
So that's what I'm doing, and I feel that that's a different kind of strategy than a lot of streamers. but that's okay. I mean, I nobody says I have to have the same strategy as every other streamer. But if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it
That's true.
better. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it better than anybody else.
That is good fucking mindset. I'm not going to lie to you. That is good mindset. Like the rest, it's good mindset.
I agree, and I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free. It's not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5,
Yeah,
and that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now, it's
yeah, that's true.
free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free?
Yeah, that's true. That's that's why I have more episodes. I need to have more episodes today because YouTube is not going to be free forever, and I think we have time. So that's why I am too. I need to have like yeah. That's why episode is unlocked. It's almost done. I will tell you a story. Moving forward, what 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 happened today? Okay. Okay, so in my situation, I am a very good podcaster. I can be like for Americans everything, but I'm stuck with rock. Like that time, like that. So I was like, okay, my server, like his friend, not to fight someone, but his friend fucked up so bad, and he said to the girl, please talk to him. This will make him feeling good. And I was feeling great. I am some. I feel like he got some fucking charity. I feel so bad. My brain mood was down. Truly.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck?
Okay. I mean,
So, so I can't.
go ahead. Do
Okay, okay,
they have
okay.
dating apps in your country?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you join some dating apps? Take some good pictures of yourself. Review your
It's not
biography.
that easy.
Yes, it is. It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your editor? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy. You could go on a date every
The
single night. You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love and not have an issue. It's not that. It's not hard.
And the story is, I got that friend, and I'm not going to talk with them.
fine. You don't have to go for that girl. She's smart. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have?
Well, I have so many on it.
Okay, but that's not what you want. That's not what you want. For those you want quality, not quantity. You pick five good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. So those five, you make sure that they're HD, high quality pictures that you look really good in them. And then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's hi, my name is whatever you want to go by, but Tony. I am a whatever old whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to know you and take you on a date. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. As simple as that.
I don't know about it.
You haven't
I don't
done.
know
You
about
haven't
it.
done it. You haven't done it. You haven't done it. So you don't know, and until you do it, you'll never know. And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls. I'm telling you, you can have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said.
Do you think I have to do this?
Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance,
I
podcasting, those are cool hobbies.
for
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean, that's fine, but you can say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that like you don't have to tell her absolutely everything right away because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet?
Fuck, no.
Okay, that's no big deal. No big, no big deal. Um, so but that's fine. So you just you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. Uh, I am single, unmarried, looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. Uh, it's very simple. You have your five good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that?
And the Tinder is the best. You
Uh, I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one?
okay? I forget you are a girl. I forget.
That's okay.
I forget you are everything.
I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why to go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you could go to 10 bars and find the prettiest girl for you?
That's
So I would join the top five in your area or whatever they are. Pin, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are. And then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship next month. I don't know
so
that.
you guys I don't need to pay for like subscription like for like the people friendly and this.
No, you don't have the money to do it, which you don't. You don't.
Which one to be pro?
Okay, I mean that's another thing you can get a job.
Not that
Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
bro, like, bro, if I went to full American market, bro, I have everything. I have a girlfriend, I have everything, bro.
I agree. That's why I said. That's why I said.
Here I stop.
And that's why I said you should just live in here. That's why I said you should just live in here. Whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we will talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience, and I can just tell you, like, how to get a job when you have no job, and like, no, if you didn't have education, and what job would you have? You have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not.
But I have been to the country, bro.
I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country.
I know, but like you are setting bets for your defense.
It works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs.
But, okay.
South America, everywhere. It's not like you're the first person I've helped get a job. This is a winning strategy. Any job out there, any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time and are you going to work the job? That's the most important thing. Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there.
You are ah, okay. Okay. Let's go to set up it. Okay. Okay.
Go do it.
So how they will drink? Not from me.
Okay,
No do small.
good.
No cow. Do you have any plans? Which you is your communication style? I think you know. I will. I need to call somebody call me. I will call you right back. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. was a conversation with me, like, that's me, and then what he said.
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember verbatim what he said, but it's gross. That's not, mode of transportation. At least focus for a short time, and then you can go to the door, unclick, swing open, and that guy greeted him with a Mr. Teller, and so they probably meant, that was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that meeting when I said, the rest of the habit I had moved from the Los Alamos. He remembered me, and directed me to EG, how this all started.
Have you ever seen the video of Teller being questioned on his relationship with you? The person goes into he's being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into it. It's pretty clear. Let me question with you, and he has the exact same reaction. Yes,
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went to Teller, and he was one of the Teller students. And he said, I'm going to bring up you to Teller, and that would be awesome. Yeah. And he would be awesome to see how fast he devised me. And he did it.
But he did not you in the same way. First he goes, technically you could get, a real power source from nuclear. And basically, like, he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything I'm doing for sure? Right. No, nothing that anybody can think about. But it last when I elected, he just completely discounted that. Like, there's everything for Denver.
Do you think that he's talking with this 115? Or you had
I don't know if that's
right, so, you get this battery, antimatter, and operation.
I don't know if it's 132, but he's also clearly not interested in how nuclear reactor. Why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his.
Yeah.
Which is something that he obviously.
It's really weird that you would do that.
And he worked with Salma and working with other physicists at the time. Day-to-day responsibility there.
Well, it changed. It did some house building. I think this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to turn on the voltage to a very fine degree. So I was building some high voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you can make adjustments from a distance without interfering with the electric fields or anything. And day-to-day, just maintenance on the targets and experiments that we're doing, so it's cryogenics and dealing with high power magnets and what else, radioactive materials. Lots of stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was no really regular routine. You need to be working on getting ready to do an experiment, so we'd be working on the detection equipment, or setting up the experiment. And it all had to do with the output of the accelerator. Adjusting that.
This was a vertical accelerator.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's a half-mile long linear accelerator in Los Alamos. The beam splits off. It comes down and it splits off into different experimental areas. And you can do a bunch of different experiments, just from one beam, and they can put different things in the targets to make different predictions, and depending on the speed of the particle going by, its spin, you know, the analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to manually a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside. So you could take it and throw it as hard as you have at a concrete wall. Yeah. And it busts apart and all the pieces come flying off. Yeah. But when looking at those pieces, you can interact with them. Yeah. You can see it spinning in a certain direction, you know, the rotation, and then how fast it moves, and you know the mass of it. If it was turning before, by the angles, you could put it back there. Eventually, you could reassemble it so you could see who was made. So the particles flying apart. So essentially, whatever the accelerator was smash something apart, and then have it all goes together. Just put them. So, I mean, that's what I did in Los Alamos. Did you get the sense that there were two just of science that was a little more classified, and then public science? Not that much. Okay, we're all on the same level. Yeah. Now I know you can't say why they erased you from MIT. There are a lot of people out there who say you think through educational credentials, you have very good reasons that at least, you know, Joe Rogan and some of the people who I really trust, they're sniff test. He said he was working on something for the government, and they sent him to MIT to learn something. But I will ask you, and I think it's like high level that he said why you can't talk about why you're at MIT. I would sit there, okay, and if you're sitting like there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or whatever, it's going to be off the books. Yeah, I mean, but it's also, you also can talk about it because it's still, like, the government's never going to come and prosecute me for, at least I hope not, for releasing information about this. But assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's never covered under the security agreement. And at this point in my life, I just don't want to make any weight. Yeah. So, that's very reasonable. It's also, I should know, this is being talking about you. MIT is a university, you know, affiliated research center. You are, you do all sorts of classified stuff, you know, and the super soldier program that you know, works with data technology. And so, the idea that anything I would potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers. It would be just very conventional, you know, but still classified material. Yeah, and stuff. I think it's just helpful because this is circulating out there. You know, the idea that you get sense to that school specifically and work on something that you can't do. You got sent. You know, there's a very possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it. I'd be working on some classified stuff. If you wanted to, you're a guy who can think clearly out of the box and help solve problems, but who can be discredited when you didn't do that. But I was probably the best person at the country at the time. Georgetown was originally this very instructional part of your story in 1989. KLAS. Did you took to Los Alamos, is that right? Yeah, they told them all this Los Alamos stuff, but I said, well, let's go there, shall we? Security was a little more lax back then. So I got on a plane and just rented a car. And, you know, at that time, everyone I knew felt like March nap, which you were either accused him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that you should work out. People you really enjoyed it. Clearly, he was trying to suss him out by asking him to like, right? Forget about it. Yeah, I just don't pay attention to the triggers and the nonsense. Like, yeah, to me, we're best. I have Dr. Keller here. Somehow, and which yeah, because I mentioned legend. Yeah, G&G. I don't know if he said it when he did reply to me. He made me contact information for AT&G. So I don't know if he said or just said, have a look at this young man or something. Or if he did in the resumes. I don't know what happened. Did he know anything about AT&G? I know they did measurements. They did all the. I mean, those are the guys that figured it out. You know, photograph, explode nuclear bomb without it getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things. Like giant flash tubes where you could photograph cities from Earth and stuff. So that's about all I ever knew. They were just, a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but leaning heavily in the nuclear testing area. It's a company that is the namesake of Doc Everton, who was an IT faculty, actually. And yeah. Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really the nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's an amazing book that I always say that I'm sure you're aware of, UFOs News, where a friend of mine named Robert these things. And he talks about UFOs like Tic Tacs, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases. Interesting that 167 whistleblowers want to PRP broke into reports that might be movement as they're guarding the ground. 167 of these guys. Yeah, there's really 167 of them. 167 of these guys. It's really wild. Yeah. That should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not on the way. But you're talking about something like if you're talking about nuclear sites, evil or not, a very core of that listener. My point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you gotta have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess. Yeah, they were the guys documenting and photographing everything from every angle and everywhere. Yes. So back when all that stuff was going on, you had to catch something. Totally. And it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo where the scientist who actually lives in Boston, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs under whose purview is all the military technology. A guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EGG. And Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EGG. What's your first touch point there? And so you need a little bit of context, but I didn't know what the job was. Interviewed me for that. So we're in the middle of it. They said, you guys have a different job than what they do. What you do. I went to the back, and when I came back, it's a changing channel. Everything we have. So I don't know if they were both something in this for. was there, and they decided I'd be better off with the simple one. The second one was S4 that was like,
What were they screaming? Like, what do you think they were asking you or trying to get at? If they were good at the bathroom, why did they? I don't know. Yeah, said it's not usually. They think that you have nothing more to do than this guy's going to break you into it. You could be a good.
yeah. I think they were, and I think they can't, just because of the way the place is arranged, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time. Which is only going to yield the same result. If you expect anything else, you're nuts. It's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. But most of your questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside the box. Yeah. And I think that's where I think is before that. You had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abide by the rules and all that. We need a little push from another direction. It's my guess. I think that's what at that point you have no idea what you're getting yourself in. No. But then, they say it's under a remote area and hours can vary. Some people are out there for 2 weeks on, 1 week off. Yeah. Some people, if they're married or not or anything, can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week. And, so some people are just on call. And, for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going up there on call, until we get you up to speed. And if you have any problem with traveling, I said, no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably, I thought it was, the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time it was a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and, specifically nuclear weapon related. And it was going to be nuclear test site, stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they called me at random day, and they said, Mr. Lazar is now such a time. We need you to come out today. So I go out there, drive out to AJP Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I go through a little security there, and then on the tarmac, and they were only used by the government for going back to the test site. What they were going to we just take off and I still thought I was at the, I didn't know it was an area. Yeah. And split up into areas. It's area 2, area 3, so what's the best one? Okay. At what point do you go to ask for? I told the story so much, and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day, what you do on the third day. Of course. I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just a paperwork and something. But the second day for sure we drove down. Got in the bus. It was a little bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus. So, it was just a navy blue painted bus, and it seemed like we went south. By the time we got there, I got off the bus. The sun was setting on my right, and then what happens next? Well, you mean when I got there? Yeah, that's let me in. And he's excited for the amazing. I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just a catch. This is Dennis Perry. Yeah. And so he leads you in. Yeah, he leads me in. There's I get the car, he shows me this. You swipe on the door every course. Every time you come in and out, to do everything. And it's a body like that. So no, once you're growing together, there's just where you open up. But it's just a really long corridor. And just kind of, modern looks old. It's just painted cinder block with light green and dark green. That looks like old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse and it's all underground or in a mountain, or
It's kind of on the side of a mountain, you know, and so the hangar or outside where it's a hill, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So that the hangars are there, and the corridor is in the back of the hangar, so that gives you hangar access. And there were 9 hangars, so and they're fairly big, so it explains why the corridors were so long.
And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse. Then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first. So that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, and somebody had already laid out all the briefings with summaries of the projects going on. So go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first, the first briefing in there.
That was your project, and but even other briefings as well.
Yeah,
And that was project Looking Glass.
Looking Glass, website.
And so again, and so I imagine you take most interesting in it, but you also looking through glass and stuff.
Yeah, but Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft and the directives that are given. There were 2 primary directives. It's one and directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. And so it was worded somewhere the word at all costs was so that was really a high priority. They certainly wanted to duplicate it, but they really wanted to disable it.
Do you think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program? It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to bureau level engineer find ways to terrestrial, processing engineering build.
They're coming up with a hybrid system, something. Yeah, that means that's the bottom line. Is we want to produce the effects this machine. So just do it.
Which makes sense given the skill set they seem to dig in with you, because you are this box thinker. You're not this prim and proper traditional academic who does not want to break rules. It might be extremely naive, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think within these sort of narrow confines.
Yeah, they were just looking to come in another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is sidekick and what is project Looking Glass?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has 3 emitters from the bottom of the craft cans, and they send out gravity waves or whatever form of energy is. But sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam from divergence. So there was some sort of weapon potential.
We get directed energy.
Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the contained in it.
Are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No,
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your
trying corrections to, as Mary explained to me, he says, I think keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something, and where it came from, yeah, they've got a death out to, down at the test. They don't know where it comes from. Everybody that they can bring their information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything like, Tim, these officers down there, had made 65 corrections ago, was ours. So that's why I think they put it in there to attach to a person, ego. They make it something enticing to say, so you go through these briefings, what is next? At some point, I went to the nurse who was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do a collagen test, and they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They do a little grid on my arm, and then just waited for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there. And I could taste that because it's really good nasty taste. It tastes like vitamin, but it did. And it also had a drying taste too. Anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything as a turned out. And eventually, they would go in and was introduced to bacteria. Used to be my lab partner. And, from what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with. Well, it was very like, how would you describe Barrett? Barry was very enthusiastic. He was really happy he was there. And really excited to show me stuff. I clearly had a lot in when I got there. If this was new, everything would be right. Everybody would be, you always put labs and everything on your patients. You know, suspected deaths or trying to somewhere you could identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lab or lab benches and things like that. You probably have people had full respirator suits if they're just beginning, but these guys had reached the point where it was not common, where they were touching, working with this stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. They were taking part in car engine, so they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't agreeing what they were working with. Although we were playing for reactor, where you like this could be some like anti-gravity or carbon that I just wasn't clear to initially when I saw it, I went, that's so that's all. It's just our new fighter. It's like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around. It became quickly obvious that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world that can make something like that. The power density it's inconceivable. So, to fix space of time, think of another country was able to build something like that. The United States wouldn't exist. To anybody could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people? Because I felt that there is one physical aspect that is impossible to build. Period. 100% not possible. As far as we have to cover it, almost 50 graph. The main level, which level that God was able to access, and at one point stand up in the middle of that main level, is in the center of the disk. And there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom of the that is a support column holding that 53 There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely structural.
Yeah.
Good job.
Never. Yeah, that's very good. That's 100%. Yeah. There's nothing that.
The craft itself.
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but it's. Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away. Describe how semi this cheese. I wish I could try to describe this a lot. What's interesting is my friend Gene Huff, I couldn't come up with at the time. I tell him about this stuff. It's where it's like this if you're close to it, it looks like a crab. Get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about it is when they take the camera and they put it in the hanger and look at it close up, it looks like it's new. Back it off, it doesn't look the same. So they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual crab.
There's the crab that you described as longer than pork. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. You know what they call portholes around the top? Sure. I believe are portholes. You know what I say? There's a black ring that goes around the top part of the crab. We call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in the top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking similar-like or determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. And it's not just phantom black. They almost look like those pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. Because I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so I don't know for a fact. But I still think there's some kind of sensors, but it is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black.
What's up, Tony?
It doesn't look right.
Did anybody
I'm
else
back.
say that
So,
gave them an ominous
episode is
feeling?
almost done.
He did.
I just want to show you
He was
something.
definitely unnerving, I think was his word.
Right?
And generally, was that like a kind of
Tell me what
thing at S4?
Tell me what's going on.
Not from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Okay.
Interesting.
I will show you something. And you must tell me which book no, what is strange? Okay. So, can you see the template? Yes?
Okay.
No. And now, is it good?
Yeah, that's
Can
fine.
I get it?
Yeah, that seems fine.
And you like this and like extremely deep. So yeah, it's time.
Okay.
Sure. So like, if you don't mind, I will gonna have that.
That's fine.
Okay. because that RFSI doesn't have write some like if you know from like Kafka or something like that. That's the visual or I can find it. Visual.
Okay.
What is is back or season two?
What's coming back for season 2?
Chess league. My league about chess.
Right.
So new people knew everything. So just take a step back. Attention. Did you ever praise new sports like like basketball or soccer?
Yeah. I play golf, basketball, soccer, football, uh, tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming. Um,
Nice. Do you
no,
work
hold
it
on,
out
hold on. Running
in these streams?
hard because I have to hold the camera.
Yeah. But like, will you ever go back to like being in shape or something like that?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'9 3/4".
Okay, so you are not that. Okay, nice. What is your favorite? What is your dream in the collab with someone? In streams or with like general,
I want to do a
like
20.
person?
I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians, and we have a sleepover, and we play video games like pizza, drink beer, and stuff.
With who?
I wanted to be on the Joe Rogan experience.
And do you have some streamers like what maybe tomorrow or Lacey or this kind of guys?
I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream. It would be cool to meet him IRL. It just has been my stream. So that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Sniper Wolf would be cool. Like all of them. I created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least everyone on the game. So all those people would be cool.
Okay. Next time I'm gonna stream go and pick and hopefully on can you can you write something about
What do you want?
somehow or something like that?
What do you want? What do you want?
I cannot give because it's
Okay, what did you say?
I was saying when I'm looking at another thing around something like that, can we do like something together or something like that?
I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know, just starting maybe for the first one because I need to know how to do it and stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
What I mean.
Whatever you do, just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's that's true. Because 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 it's hard to like it's not hard, but it's more easier to like something.
Exactly. You come in here and then you just do your stream and then if you want to talk, talk. And that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can.
Okay.
If you focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and then you have your chat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna definitely because I want to like to read it. I want to have like because I think it's good to more done and I'm like I'm not doing it because it's like fast. I'm making it because it's fun and it's like it's good. So yeah, so I feel gonna use it for sure.
Okay.
You need heads up.
Do I need a headset?
You need like how like half hour before their like this is training and this because people down here and I don't know if maybe that like some of people talking is right good for the one or three. I'm not too bad.
Yeah. I mean, people know I'm streaming. Literally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to hey, talk about that or stuff, but if I don't have stuff that, um, generally, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, know it's okay that I'm streaming it. But
Yeah.
it should be okay for you to stream it.
So that's I have here something. I don't want to see my friends or my in my like from schools. I like from friends or school or my classmates. I don't want to see these things on these YouTube videos or I meet people like in like people who I don't know. It's don't plan.
Yeah, I like that too. I think a lot of people like that. So a little later today, I'm going to teach class, which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be here. It's just I won't be able to.
I will gonna have in 1 month and 1 week at my birthday. Not
Okay.
so and 22. 22. I don't know.
Okay.
I was hoping for this. Yeah, let's go to the you are older than this because
It's just as you get older, birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the
yeah.
sun. That's like, and it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah, but 22 is kind of like whatever.
Yeah, understand.
And you got and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like, my birthday's tomorrow, oh great, congratulations, like happy birthday. But you've got you're it's not the right focus. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. You should always be aware what your birthday is. But it's like you can't expect other people to get excited about your birthday. That happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal.
You got okay. You got me. Internet, he got me.
There you go.
He got me.
There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But it's like it's next month in 10 days. And it's like, all right, I mean, it's on my radar, but it's not like, it's not even this month. So, I'm happy for you, though.
And okay, and like it's not even next month. It's like in the next month.
Exactly. So it's like, okay. It would be like me saying, like, oh, my birthday is in 5 months or whatever. Okay, would you want me to get excited about that? Like, it's not like, it's not that close, is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then, keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Oh, okay, cool. Like, you were just like, in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday. I'm like, okay. Like, okay, and like, is there more to it? And you're like, well, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like, was 40 days away. So it wasn't as much that I
Do
like.
you do?
Do I what? Go ahead.
Do you do some parties or some birthday? When I big birthday, you do? You?
Um, yeah, I've had like we celebrate people's birthdays in here. If they want, some people don't. Um, like I celebrated.
I want.
I,
Forget. I want.
okay,
I
well,
want.
all right. Well, then, I mean, come in here not 30 days before. And then like the people who like sing happy birthday to people and such. If they want, there's some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, it depends. I mean, it's kind of like a normal day. It's not like anything life changing. This year, I made a special video that I basically was undertaking a undertaking a project in addition to much that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah Jewish mysticism at least one per day for the rest of my life. And I've been doing that now for 148 straight days. And so, like, that has been a significant this year. That's the class I'll teach later today. But, I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? It's not like I'm with you in person where hey, we're going to go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're going to go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like, I'll want you to celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, we'll do something. Whatever. Again, it's just a day. And you'll find, actually, you'll find that you get older, especially now that you're not like in your teens. Birthdays just kind of run of it. Like they're big when you were a kid. Hey, it's your 8th birthday. Great job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you've only ever celebrated 8 birthdays. But now you've celebrated, you're going to be celebrating 22. And it's like, okay, you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, yeah, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. You have plans? And you'd be like, oh, you're going to go out with my friends and we're going to go get drink, get drunk or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you can already do all that kind of stuff. And you'll find as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. You've done it before. It's just a sign of experience.
Okay, so I understand. But like on my free birthday,
Yeah, that'll be a big deal. That'll be a big deal. But yes, it's definitely basic.
I know. But internet, he got me. He got me.
There you go. As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, there's something to get excited about. But not when it's not even this month. Not even 40 days away. So is it in July? Exactly. Is it in July?
Yeah, the first one.
Oh, that's a good birthday. That's a good birthday, though.
It's like the basic stuff or
So, the solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st. And at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. It is the start of is the fiscal year in business. So a lot of business calendars start on your birthday. So that's cool. It's the start of the month, which is cool too.
Bro, I feel old.
All right.
I feel old. I don't know why. I
Okay.
feel old.
Well, your
I feel
your age is relative to a classroom of first graders. You are old. To a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative. And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and perhaps age reversal, 22 is just a number. Future, you made your cellular age maybe younger than it currently is right now. It is true.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so it's like, and I think about that, like, however old you may be, it's just a number. And life extension technology, mind uploading technology, age reversal, everything. It's it's not like what it once was. Like death was imminent, and that's for so many different for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then it's just another.
That's true. That's good. Yeah, my I use
Yeah, I mean, people may consider you to be a young adult. Maybe
and
no.
that's very
It's not. I bet your parents. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them that's very interesting? No, it's just it's an age.
yes.
Okay,
No, I did not say them. It was like
that's okay. No big deal.
so you are basically
I'm 40 years old. You come approach me, and then I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gleaned through 4 decades of life.
I'm not saying but yeah, yeah. When this confusion is going to be in 1,000 years, the debate is the trust to preach. We'll be like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, and then perhaps at that time we'll be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, "Fuck, remember we were just babies."
Yeah. You have like when you want to have kids, or when it's come around this. Or when it
When it comes around, I always felt that I wanted to be like 50. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid. I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be. I can think of myself at age
and then age 52, 53.
I don't really focus.
And I want to have kids by 30. Because I want to have kids when I accomplish goals and my kids.
Okay.
Because when you have kids, you are focused on them more.
I agree with you.
If you
I agree with you.
so so that's why I want to have kids when I accomplish my dream because has is a very big pleasure. I pass and do you I am first 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 I am the first man from Czech Republic or first person who is here.
No, if it,
Oh, I see. Yes. Yes. Do you think it's a year more guys from Europe or more guys from USA and Asia? And
definitely United States. Uh, Africa's really big too. We've had some people from Australia, certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world, Canada, United Kingdom, generally places where people.
is ever happened that some woman here was like flirting with you?
Yeah, I've got but sometimes women come in here and just openly masturbate. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yes.
Like they turn the camera
Yes.
on and they look at me in the camera and masturbate.
Yes. So,
I'm not kidding.
Jesus
I wouldn't
Christ.
joke about something like that. It's happening. Streamers or OnlyFans girls, they're streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever. They get money and they recognize it on movies online and there's something attractive about that. And then they turn their camera on, they're absolutely naked. And, I mean, it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate and then they go on their way. And it's like, all right. So
Oh my wow.
there's a certain power in being
That's
in recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive.
that's a vibe. That's wow. Wow. Yes, serious, a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but I think I post my podcast there.
Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be heard.
Okay, okay. OnlyFans, these people have no contact. We say, oh my god. Oh, that's why. That's, but I think OnlyFans doesn't have to be like sexual.
No, they have
It
comedians.
can be like normal.
No, they have comedians on there. They have people who don't show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go in there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform.
As you know. So yeah, I was gonna I know it right now. I don't want to be modern. I want to be like raw. Should I put my name like Anthony Takashi on the fence, or should I just just for like my safety and for my colleague or my friends right now?
I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal?
Okay, on the fence. Internet, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me.
And it's just skin.
It's my 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 choosing website. I'm not say. Oh, I don't have finding anything about that. That's good. That's
Okay. I'm right back.
that's absolutely wild. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Quayers. Yeah, I'm still waiting because that's not a job I have start tomorrow, but I'm trying to see if I can. I'm still trying to see what the requirements are because I was looking for another position. So yeah, um, I added you on this account because that's I can account that this is. So I added you on this one my main account, but yeah, I'll message you in case I have to do it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll message you if I have a couple of days, but yeah, like working and all that. So I'm just check the time. Nothing is fine.
Yeah, from an outsider, it might be, but then when you really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really free.
And he walked around the cockpit of this thing.
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to go. You hardly stand it. You're almost right out the center. So it doesn't really, it's really cool and usable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there. Because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. Sure, there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have that space in the way reason coming up to shape like that. But there were places, seats, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were three of them. We know those to be the amplifiers. They were with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave that's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifier. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. You have to turn on, but they were not seats at all. Yet another group that we're just nothing about. I always found it to be really weird that what the wave is applied right on top of the reactor. These two guys, they're looking out. There's a one of these that become transparent, so you think he believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
Oh, the archway becoming
transparent. So see, yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. Like made the connection.
They're looking at it. There's a screen
with the things like that.
And then I've always thought, maybe if they all become transparent, all the ways can become transparent one way, because it's
Fascinating. You thought translucent, like almost Korean symbols, is that right?
Yeah, I saw the one with the translucent, and at some point I saw what are they called? But no. It's three-dimensional green, not green or anything like that. Yeah, explain it. So you were explaining it to me. It wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character sitting in a projection. He said, he was explaining it to me yesterday because it actually yesterday before he produced it, and he was saying it looked almost like a projection. It wasn't a projection or something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air. Describe it, and you saw these things. It was all ready to go. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing it this way. This is great. So we go out to the lab door right into the hangar. It was already sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello,
out
Mr.
there,
Briggs. How are you?
I did notice there was a radio.
How are you?
And I mentioned this in the meeting, but we have the ancient radio.
What's good in your world? Um, are you are you uh, what did you play clapper? And, I don't think you'll get better. Yeah, but you're a woman. Women usually on social media do better than men. Neither do I. Literally, I just needed my phone to go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet. And they don't get your people. Nobody came in. Yeah, they do. I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday.
you. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. Make sure y'all follow me. Hi. Hello. Do you have any questions? Questions? I don't even know what this means. Poquito, poquito, poquito. Nope. I never put an ad. Nope. I gotta get my shirt on. I'm taking my shirt outside. Hello, Susie. I don't know what this means. Translate. Translate. Yeah. I only tell women. I gotta get rid of the movie, y'all. Y'all gotta get back to it. Y'all gotta do it. People always talk about this. Get back. Everybody, yeah. We have some nice people, but everybody. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Hello. 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 I like you coming here. Hello. Hello. Hello.
No.
Listen, hello, Michael. Hello. 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 Maya, hello. Sorry, hello. Hello. Feel free to ask questions if you want to the club. Hello. Glory. Number 8. Hello. Is that hello? Hello. He goes down and hello. Hello. Oh, I got puppy. Hello. Hello. Yeah, wait. Hi. This that's well. Right? It is well. Hello. Hello. Sure about hi. Hello, Mr. Mays. How are you? They have a video. You see those on that. Oh, wow. Uh-uh. Have you been on his birthday? Because I was just thinking of you. And you said you're going to party. But you don't know here. Hello. Hi, buddy. How are you? I'm going good. Happy New Year. We just heard about it. Good. Thank you. Look at this. Oh, I think I can do it later. Get out of here. 30, 40 maybe. You know, okay, somebody had to stick it out. I'm just ready. What is it? Oh, yeah. I'm from a you. So I'm down south. I do. Hi, my first time. like you said, out. That's a tough part. Every time we got it, all the time we have it. Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know anybody else. I don't know you. You do anything crazy? Look, show me. If you don't show something, I can't make you up. I don't know you. What's up? You can't make it up. Okay? I'm not doing it. I try. That's all right. I read the note, man. I read it like that. I said, you know, sugar. The price like basically about I don't know you. It's calm down. You know, I'm not doing that. Yep, right on. Hard work, even laughing at the wrong way because I'm like, hello, hello, y'all. Keep coming back up and that y'all follow me. Like I said, follow.
Wow, that's great. That's really great.
Follow. You already follow. I'm telling you, follow.
Great.
And I know it's the best friend. Yeah, I'm sorry, baby. You know, girls with no life, you look over. I want to say something. I want to see you. No, you want to yourself, hey, you want to show your little private part. You want to show your private part. No, I don't want to show you. I want to show your face. Sure, yeah. But no, I'm not going to get that. You want to show your private part. Follow me. Yeah. Hey, we be cool with that. Hey, with me. We be cool with that. That's okay. I want to like that. Follow me. Hey, hey, we got 8 followers. You ain't trying to do that. Alright. Thank you. And this friend out here. Make sure y'all follow. You're not. You probably have to do your face and have some songs. I don't want to see that. I know. I'll absolutely. You know what you do. You can have. You know what you do. USA. Do you go live, Amanda? That's why I follow you. You got the same birthday as me. Big three bully. I don't know you, so I don't accept people. Listen, you're not going to got a shirt on, you're not going to show nothing, you're not naked, then I will accept you. But if any of that, and you are, You might want to not even think about just staying there. Is that you? Is that you right there? That's you. Is that you, Amanda? Oh, that's you. Okay. Let me put this on. Let me put this on. Different way you from LA. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, yeah. Um, down here. Wow. You heard about that rabbi? The word. They was about that. They was real serious. They serious about that. Let's try it.
That's right.
What is that? Don't say the toilet. The toilet. No, I'm not. Got to go. right there. Come on. I gotta get out here. You follow me? Yeah. Somebody talk about I will see everybody later. And I might come back on here later.
Good job, Mr. Cleary.
Thank you. Today. I think it's this last 10 times. Yeah. You were 700 two lights. I like that. That was that was me.
You did really well, Mr. Cleary.
I he said something with no lie. Rabbi, you, yeah, Rabbi. You ain't gonna sit on
You got 22 followers. That's great.
before.
My fault. Even better.
kick. You get
No, you can just do it. No, you can just do it.
quick.
What do you mean?
You have to
Oh, potentially. What's wrong?
on the slow level, lift a little bit. Like that. Oh, yeah. Like yours. Which one to go? Okay, let's go.
You
That's so proud. I think I can do that. It's way better. Which one is it?
She has more people. Like, take that. That's more.
This is a back down kick.
Oh, watch people on Twitch.
Oh, no. What's going on today? A very cash flow. A very cash flow. It's on the upside.
During that test flight, just motion for me to come out, look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary. And I looked down underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away. And then he said, come back. And, I walked back, and I just walked back, and caught my attention, and I see the edge of the craft. So if you you can see it. You can't, so you can clearly see it's bending over. You can see the sky above the craft. So you can see that it's a little bit. Then it kind of slid over to the left and right. That's how it went down.
Is what you saw. Did it look like UFO videos? It's 2004 clear video.
Watching the project.
Maybe that's too gravitational. These effects here's this craft. This is UFO stuff that's like in the whole you are for sure. Just because of the way that it can move, it can just be. I mean, it's hard to describe. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to me. It just gets away when it comes to flying. Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor? The shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell we can modify this thing? Yeah. That goes through your head. Like, really? Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, they've had a long time trying this craft. It could have been decades for a line out familiar with it. So, I mean, they do. The emitters have to be rotated, to go to the reactor. I mean, they knew it would fly up. So, these guys were somewhat proficient with it. So, it would be a kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can't fly. If in 1987, 88, human stuff that was, we can at least test anything. Do you think we can test these things and use them in rudimentary ways, but we don't understand?
No, it's like technology. I mean, you go back to the 1800s and kind of up on motors, with the keys in it, and you can look at it and go, wow, I've never seen anything like that before. And look at the plastic fenders on it, and unusual material. There's the key. Eventually, the taker with it, we're gonna have someone's gonna turn the key, and they're gonna go, okay, we turn it on. All right, it's on and on. Eventually, just given time and ingenuity, they're gonna get it. It's atmosphere. They should have got it. With the rest of the fuel, comes right down to it. They can't even be close to that. So, yeah, so you can become proficient using it. And I think that's where we are. We had so much of that, but I think if we had the technology, we would have some of the emergency, and we wouldn't be wasting a conventional fighter. Why? Why would you? They said, oh, it's secret. Yep. So, jet engines were secret. When we first came out with it, man, we built the whole fleet. We absolutely diverted every resource we had to duplicating these things. Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental? It could very well be, because there were those are open for some reason. When he came in to go witness that, I was able to look down and see that because 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head and emotionally? How are you?
Well, some weird they all come from. I mean, it's you found one somewhere. Crash or whatever. You found one. You don't find 9. I mean, where did they come from? None of them are damaged to any degree. Although when I call the top and holes in it, it looks like it was shot, projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash. So where did all this stuff come from? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
Each one was different. Okay. But the material all looked exactly the same. Color, the sheet. So if you look up, they're all made of the same.
So the reactors, all the same material was all the same.
Do you remember? Maybe they're specialized craft. You take a step back from humanity and you go look at all the cars driving around. That's a real long thing. You look at a Volkswagen, it's like a full, it's the motorcycle. But they all have the same some type of engine. Combustion engine. So powering them obviously must have all different functions. And maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's just thermal vent, maybe some of those things are something.
People associate you with a really minor sports model, like the craft that looks like that. Exactly like that.
Like, I really absolutely real. I've seen some of the pictures. I mentioned to you the other day, UFO researchers said, I think the initial picture was really Meyer took of the space model looking out there 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be another one of those that just coincidentally exactly like the spore model. So I think he absolutely photographed that and it was real. And I think at the time he got a lot of attention. Books and everything, and I think as time went on, you kind of missed that. And then he started making some models and taking some new pictures. And the other pictures look ridiculous. They do.
So there's something about like dinosaurs in his book, and
Yeah, I know. There's styrofoam, all of them. It's more of a back, and so I think that's that's just a personal feeling. Yeah, there's no way you can tell me that those original pictures were.
Yeah, that's the craft we worked on. The 8 of their crafts, what it is.
I can only see 2 clearly because from the angle, all you can see is just a piece, and then all you can just see is the hanging out there. But one looked like I call it jello mold, which is more like a button cake with a hole in the middle, and the other one has that previous image at top like garnet balls at the time. But it a whole lot too.
It's your immediate instincts, humans.
Yeah.
At what point do you not see like an American flag on one of them?
Yeah, this sport model so that like the first day that I would have.
Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
I know. I mean, got the sport model, and I think that was what Barry said. That was an archaeological dig. It isn't in the desert; it's in the water. If there's another type of an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still in there. But I don't know what body of water, if it was the ocean or lake or what. Again, that came from the water. I didn't see this in the documentation, but by the Navy. And that's all we
ridge around Baja. On the other side, you have Tim Pier. You have the Caribbean. Do you think there's a possibility that, the extraterrestrial consequences? So this is this idea that there are ancient remnants of a Arcanine civilization that existed for, I say, 300 years. Yeah. And that they're more advanced than that. They're only the place where we call the Atlantis, or these beings who coexisted with the Earth for the last few million years. Really, if you just look at the size of the ocean, you can entire civilization down there. I don't know what this especially if there. I mean, some effects of the ocean. Just got to be deep. Yeah. Any of the scientific principles that you looked at as far as the bubble being created around the ground, all that somehow being used to salt water, like would it be like some travel trans? Because that's what happens. That's it seems like around the ground.
Sure, a raindrop.
Yeah.
Since the 80s, or even before this, going all the way down to the 60s, everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force. Project Love. When Blizzard comes out in 1989 and it says they weren't crash saucers, they were intact craft. It's the Navy that's in charge. And funny enough, 40 years later, that's what people were talking about. So, when I see the new whistleblowers come out, like Eric Davis or me, I'm not skeptical of the fact that they were involved in something, but I find basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob was armed. It's possibly factual. Yeah. Bob has something with it. Everything you said is right.
Like high level, there's definitely something wrong with the kind of crash retrieval operation. But the guy who says four times
There aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many.
if you had to guess how many crabs are in sessions,
I don't know.
nine for sure.
I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think in the sense of logical, you see this, manipulate the timeline of looking glass or even manipulate time, saying that they found these archaeological digs of the overhead. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical level that's like greater than the evidence? So it's like their origin story of humanity.
Maybe.
Is your kind of conservative explanation that these are extraterrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers? What do you think?
That's all. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're time travelers as a mention us from the future or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much. I think we're just trained to think that it's travel. See the world, just go travel in another fashion and get there. There's probably life there. There could be built things. It all makes sense. But when you go into other dimensions in time, can you learn time travel? Will that never be possible? Maybe not. You get here from another dimension. Why would you care? It would go to another dimension and start asking over that again. I mean, the other things don't make sense. So, yeah, I can see how countries is ambulance. But it could be any one of the other possibilities. Or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous. What do you think was the option? Conventionally moving? Yep. I don't think it really had a very high time speed.
Really? Like, if you had to Of course, I wouldn't know. I mean, the speed it could take. But I'm just thinking of Omicron mode where it's just sitting there. When you think about Delta, in Delta, the speed's going to be near an infinite. You think of computers somewhere else. You think almost the speed of light, or it looks like it's hovering across space. No, it's the speed of light. Yeah, because you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just jumping over. So that's big space. Yeah, so it's, for a given distance, you'll get, to the distance. But you would if you're trying to speak. It's pushing space-time. It's like riding a wave or something. It's big space. Did you hear pulses? Yeah. It's in pulses, the maximum range of each recycle time. So the craft is always three of the amplifiers are being used in the Delta configuration, and when only one is for travel in the Omicron configuration. It's doing an amazing job of depicting the configurations and what's Delta is using the three amplifiers. Yes, and that's where they all focus together on a destination. The craft builds its ability in that direction, and that's how it moves. Like Omicron is where it only uses the emitters to propel itself, or propelling itself is doing the opposite. So if you create an indentation in space-time of moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in overtime configuration, it's never really stable. That's kind of a somewhat undulating movement. But so it that's fascinating. That's a common thing. Yeah, that's why. And when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other amplifiers come on, then the influence increases. And then, there's the focus in any direction. I move there instantaneously. Yeah. What's up? You're mid-century living room set. You have Luigi Magnetoni Alpha somewhere. And Logan is a long time UFO nut. You watch WWE. He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. But his brother actually for like a decade plus. I gotta say, Bob, it is an honor to meet you, man. Absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if Jesse gave you any comments, so why I would be wanting to talk to you. They have a bit. Yeah, we will read it. Okay. So, check this out. Okay. I have in my possession UFO footage has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And when this footage are receiving confirmation source, I see this particular disc sometimes in UFO reviews, not better than what I can. It comes up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4, that you can about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but the codes itself is at morning. Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I paused it there and I said, oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have. So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was 1995, and film an experience of trying to see if they could stumble on a UFO, just alien activity of sorts. Let's break this down. The couple of college age guys drove them to the Park infamous Landmark entrance to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Green Lake, extremely close to where people said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest pointed through the front windshield. And then it cuts to the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating the top of the dashboard. There's a car underneath the car, and you must have each other like, it's out there, like, I don't know what it is, maybe we should go out there. And they're like, no, it's kind of scared. Then something appears just behind the glass. The craft is hovering extremely close to the ground. It's rich, it's slightly wobbling, or undulating in place, as if it's on a reef. You hear the two guys whisper.
That is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like you're here. Yeah, it's moved right way. It's the right color, and it's the right shape. So it makes it very the intensity of something very bright that is affecting the dash. It's the dash of the vehicle and the curves above it. Right. Look at the intensity. Look at the intensity of what's going to happen here. Right? Those are really how you can get it big. You know, and really bad. You can see it.
But it wobbles. That's the important. Yeah, it's important with your video.
Looks like that, and color in that shape. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. It's impressive. It is.
The crop is in a reddish color, which is not a coincidence. The crop has strong field interactions, like the ones that bobble leads to, creates an ionized plasma shield around itself. The dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Ionized nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red and orange. That's a classic observation of glowing reddish or orange bulbs. Moving silently and erratically is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide. Now, this footage is grainy, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of this storm. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't been officially acknowledged by the government. To this day, its existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blown
slanted rectangular yards. Finally, and perhaps Rabbi's wait was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out, and the map was clearly modified in a way that specifically denied existence. I swore Bob went public on May 15th, 1989. And he didn't come public. Like it was him and his tenants had been settlement. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape, puts this site where it's grown like Papua's Lake and the whole Nevada site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papua's right there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications. The modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified in 1989, but the stamp of the exact day is May 23rd, 1989, exactly 8 days after Bob went public. It's specifically just removing this photo. What they removed with it, the specificity there, the specific thing they removed is there's a road that leads from Berkeley down to Papua's Lake. And as it leads down to Papua's Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forks up, it splits off in 2 areas, to the west of Papua's Lake and to the right of Papua's Lake, where it's forest. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papua's Lake and they kept the same one to the west. Which, why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4 and leave everything else in? Yeah. I mean, it's great. Yeah, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific. Like, I don't want to put anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. It's just verifiable. You can order these maps.
The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting the story, Jeremy Corbell and Rothschild found a bunch of people who verified Bob's this format. I think you're right. You get 51, you get the bus. So that's
The majority also had some people, and they got threatened back then, and they were told 6 people were threatened, and basically they never made it. And in the interviews we did with him, he's talked about it in the past, and he says they all received a phone call, they were all threatened, and they never went public. And for anybody who's a Lazar detractor or doesn't believe the story, you have to not believe George Floyd. Because why would George Floyd go back? What's the benefit here? But somebody's going to say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the bottom of the story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the story. So he said that back then. So like he was getting a lot of shit. He was letting the story, but yeah, it was not. Certainly not a rather distinctive as kind. I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. This happened when he came out. It was in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the movement. So we reactor. Well, apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility. It's like a Ford making an engine and it goes in a bunch of different models. How can all these cars have the same power system? Anyway, I don't want to go on a tangent. But reactors was probably from one of the other crafts. Yeah. Why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site, and they physically got it into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number 2, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate, or they just, put it up, it's in there, and why would you even do it while it was operating, or extremely confident that they knew what's going on in the reactor, where they could safely cut it, they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back when they gleaned from it, or even their suspicion beginning, because they were kind of starting from the beginning of the reactor. So, obviously, was lost. Anyway, you know the guy's name or how details, but do you know Mary the last name? Yeah, Mary Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castillo, I don't know how it's pronounced. They tracked him down after. I think briefly, decades ago, we made it real because there was another guy that come in and out once in a while named Renee. I don't remember his last name, but I mean, it's something like I really put a lot of effort into it. And it's really very. I think some people did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago. I don't know about Barry, but I was never able to find him. At the time I was looking for him, there was no one answer, so go through public and stuff. It's much more difficult than it is now. Yeah, and I know one instance, which is that Dennis very on was corroborated by somebody at, Madison scene. And so, I won't go further than that, but, because I think to tell, but your names, and I think some of these people can still be alive, which is pretty. Yeah. Able to track some of them down. They can track them up. I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out. Yeah. I mean, Larry wouldn't talk about it. There are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, I know. And so he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the programmers where he's keeping this from, the entire world. What was his background? No, I didn't. There was collegial good. Yeah. And he'd goof around sometimes, which was nice because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, alcohol at the reactor. Sometimes we're talking about stupid stuff. So it was just good to see a normal person, that just acted like, a human instead of a robot. Through the golf. He was showing me the field. He said, check this out. I took a golf ball, intending to hit the reactor, and instead of the field, and hit a ceiling tile, once dislodged it, made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in a few minutes, so it was, red alert. We had to, grab the up and reascending, clean it up, and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks out and says, what's going on? We're working like we should be. This is remarkable. About the reactor.
reactor, you have this sort of force field. This repelling force.
Once the hemisphere on top of a plate, outside of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on. You can't twist the reactor from the. It's somewhat elastic, like if you have two plate poles of a magnet, pushing them together, you get the exact same field with just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you can move the reactor on the table. And once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. So that's really interesting to me. How did the reactor work? This is all guess. This is all guesswork. Yeah. It has a super heavy element and which appears to be 150 on a periodic chart. There's a little power in it. And from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner. They thought that was a accelerator. And the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, whatever was being accelerated, interacts with a 150, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like magnets together. Okay. It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when you get close to it, you're just getting faster.
With magnets, you have light poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you are not.
It's just matter repelling matter.
Yeah, so you're allowed. Does it feel like what does it feel like? Is it there tension or temperature?
No, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not linear. But does it feel like it's logarithmic? It's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you can do it. The next 3 inches, you can put a car on top of it, and nothing can change.
Does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like
No, it just feels.
it's literally like
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, is there a coldness and heat? It's just a space to itself.
Yeah, it's just. It's sure. It's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think there's a problem. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like gravity.
And it's like, why it's so different.
Like, I mean, because at least my thoughts at this point are, I think gravity is just a property of matter. It's only an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. Gravity, at one point, Barry showed me one of the emitters working, he put a plate on the kitchen candle, which was the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering. It stood there frozen. It's time. But I could see the flame from the candle. The flame was still visible. Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was at a degree or the same way, but it made a little
conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatics scientist at NASA, Dr. General Spieler, who talks about very similar. Because it wants to take this in space. It would explode. You see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control for anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Rothschild, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, you produce thrust. That's right, propulsion. No exhaust, no propeller, just electricity as the input to bring it directly into motion. New model for space propulsion. Rockets. And you might think that's insane. It defies Newton's laws. I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've done up, showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Miller from NASA is taking the next level. Instruments, decades of electricity from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millions of bucks written with real gold with electricity as the sole input. And you get authority to make the literally electrostatics at present. The income is of the American Electrostatic Society. And two fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted. So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we're moving into first engineered UFOs. And then we have a NASA lead electrostatic science. So first of all, I thought this is a very exciting moment. Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies. It's really offensive to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a high grounds or is it just duplicating other experiments? I mean, what can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like? It's 2038. I'll try to make like that. I mean, how is this? You're using the linear ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those ways? Industrial stuff they use the ions in there to give momentum conservation. What's interesting about this is even though gravity can be used, but the high action don't get the thrust. But it's almost directly ion thrusters, which is really cool. Here's what happens is the sharper the ground will be, the harder you do that. Break down gases, like that. We can actually see forces arrive in the opposite direction, which is really interesting. That is very the same direction as the arc exhaust. You never think that messes with it. So that's what's interesting about it. That's what we yeah, well, it's really very interesting that the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion or an ion system would be. Had you done it in hard or reasonably hard vacuum and you're getting measurable thrust, but we have been doing that since 2020, so the last 6 years. It says almost a day, probably every other day, integration. So zero integration concept, and that is an ongoing process. So yes, we have tested high vacuum 10 to the minus 6. You can get to it, but enough to prove concept there, though I am. What kind of thrust induced or grams are you getting? Well, you're still playing understand the thrust density, which is thrust optimized time each parameter access to before we get to larger chambers or outer space. Structures. Physically, how big are these thrusters? Okay, great, nice size. We can make it bigger. We don't need that. But keep that so that we can do things with it. Right? And we try to vary price. Make sure that there's no just very odd, I would say. Interesting. I would say. Turn the power source off and keep it. What? Yeah. It's very annoying. It's like we try to put it in there. It's all different. Like, so that really eliminates a lot of things.
So, a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust.
Well, just like more fun. But we're not learning anything. We want to learn what is the geometry shape we want to optimize. We already has one of the ways that we optimize later in space. But on ground is what sort of geometry for chamber. So we get some funding here. We do. Ground does have multiple inside chamber. And when that comes up on 8 months, then we can test much more term versions of it. So you can test the plant out the area, test it on the phone, you can test it in the other voltages, there's another way you put it in. You can try to optimize it. But the cheaper the after we really can have.
How much are you charging them up to do? What kind of voltage are you using?
2016, it was at the town level, 150,000. Yeah. Thank goodness we're not going to do that now. I think we're operating right now about 40 volts.
You're at 400 volts.
Yeah, so he had it's really around that the voltage range was, the thing that was through us, but truthfully, just sort of a proxy for electric field strength. And obviously, other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages. So he's using 400.
Yeah, but you can't. Every day, I'm gonna come over and hang out with you.
I can easy put your hands on it and read a lot. That's nice.
I can't like these results. I can't get past the 100 volts. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust.
Or you get more thrust. You like to stay 4 volts, 500 volts. You like to stay low. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
It's a preference. We average. We'll test up to 2,500 volts. We start working on breakdown. We get above that. These systems are getting much smaller. We don't have access to the higher fields. It's real properties that we have. But we like the 2,500 volts. It's sort of other nuances like the rubber band or anything like that.
it's tossed out.
Yeah,
That's why I was so shocked because all of those other things drop out. Like, if you drop the voltage down, like you get something needed, then that's, this is really cool.
converting Bob on top of the ground. Well, thank you for this. Really appreciate it.
Good to meet you. Thank you guys. Glad you're here. It's really fast.
Wild.
Yeah, it's a little more.
I know, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's significant.
I think so.
It really is significant. And the thing is, the thing would really point out that there's something wrong with your test. Not in 1,500 tests. When you've gone through that many times and it's done for this long, and you've adjusted, potential parameters and all that stuff.
No, I know.
There's
But you also, you mentioned DC DC voltage in the craft.
Yeah.
That's also talked about. Right? It's not high DC.
Yeah, it's not just a DC voltage. They mentioned it on, Joe Rogan. I think the material the craft is made from is electric. So it always, just like a magnet, always has a magnetic field to it, and electric always has an electrostatic field to it. And I think that's certainly something important.
High cooling rates to the voltage. Maybe like not really high cooling, like fast swinging up in voltage.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
So fast. That's like all the time around stuff with the DC voltage. Yeah, it's
Right. Exactly. To the craft that I was afraid of.
I think it does, especially after you got
Yeah. I mean, now it's making me wonder if you could burn even again because of the high voltage on the craft.
it's DC. There's no magnetic field interference.
Yeah, right.
Progress.
It might have been past this already, but
For like the rest of the story, like flame dripping on
I just get the way.
in order to give it some theories, like two was this
Other labs. I don't know if previous doctors this was the direction. Gravity. Amplifying it.
At the age of due to the explosion, and he was U.S. Which is
I don't
So in addition to the standard one more time gravity, nuclear, which is extended time theory, which is previously unrecognized gravitational forces, which brings us to 6 fundamental forces.
Wow.
normally see a little black hole, gravitational, you see everything get sucked into it. No matter what.
Other things would have acted different.
Yeah, let's say.
Yeah, so it's, it almost has to be. It almost has to be.
It's almost like that weird ancestor reality. It's like it froze.
Yeah, but if it froze, how come the photons are still coming out of it? You see it glowing.
Can it freeze time in some space?
But it's finite. Still, the photons are flying out.
Yeah.
Maybe if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, how come it? So,
Listen, where do you the best candidate? What?
no. There is. No, I think I mean, I lean towards this is another force. Yeah, stop calling it gravity. But you think about it, the only thing we know that does this is gravity, so we're calling it a gravity generator. Okay.
It's being created ostensibly due to this proton or nominal 115 and then positive 116 and then you're going to decay and then
Back on the left.
yeah, it's so interesting.
I mean, don't forget that because what you not include the mechanical watch experiment that was also done at the last work again, the black hole, the mechanical watch. We didn't put it in there as a short film. But there was another experiment, remember, you do like a mechanical watch that just stopped. Yeah, I mean, that's another indicator where Bob says, just like, I mean, it's kind of similar to the kid. It just stopped. But I can still see it. Yeah.
It's like it's freezing. It's freezing. Freezing.
But now there might be anything else. There's nothing that just freezes.
No, it doesn't. But that is really tight. It's so weird. Because we
There's
only
something that inhibits kinetic energy, right? Which would be really weird.
especially given all the forms of kinetic energy. You're talking about watch. We can't watch in a flame or different things.
Yeah.
So it's so strange. While you were, did you tell anybody what you were working on? You know, your wife at the time. You told Gina. And you brought them to that was while you were working at X4. That was it afterwards.
That was while I was working.
Okay. When you saw the UFO with Gene Huff and John Lear, and you kind of, what was it? Was it a Mason?
No. It was right outside. Before you get to the black mailbox. The reason that you might do the fat about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was. That way turned down. When you come up the highway, it's this first dirt road you go down. But there's no landmarks. If you keep going like another mile or two, there's a black mailbox. So it just said, it's around the black mailbox. Yeah. And that just got repeated. And everybody thought
It's a
the black mailbox road is where it is. It's not anywhere.
when all you guys went up there, you saw the UFO fly, and I'm sure they were just totally shocked. Were you allowed back at S4 after that?
Yeah, the first time they didn't know.
They didn't know.
Yeah. We only got caught.
Okay.
think that's when I first started telling Gene, I said, hey, all something disappeared, at the site. And eventually I told him, he said, why, are you working on secret weapons or something? I said, no, I'm working on this. And, kind of told him, but I don't know, just getting concerned about what's going on.
Why do you think they were following you?
I don't know, it might just be normal security.
Did you take anything? Okay. Okay. But that's interesting that they were but it's interesting you were following you as if you had done something wrong, but you were just showing it to them.
No, but I mean, they were still doing, they allowed me in. They were still progressing on my clearance. They were still going through background checks, but they really wanted me on site operating quickly. And I kind of let that slide as I had clearance before. So, but, we're looking at some other things.
About you personally.
About my relationship.
Okay. And then they were digging into that?
Yes, it was seen a little bit. You're going to be, playing around with state secrets and stuff like that.
Sure.
They want you being crazy. They don't want you drinking. They're, playing with friends. If you were going to this, they want to make sure, your wife isn't moving around. They don't want any stress or anything to.
Then at that point, you see these black cars parked outside your house. Why isn't your reaction? Okay, I'm just gonna kind of eat it. They're gonna give me a colonoscopy as far as literally 360 everything about my life. But I'll be able to retain my job and it's over. Or do you just get scared? I gotta come out.
I guess you're so mad. I didn't really remember how I felt back then, but I was just getting a little concerned.
Yeah.
And I got a good hurt to at least tell one person, So,
Did you want, because you got John Lear, George Knapp, right? The kid who went down. Heard you said
John Lear is the one that contacted George Knapp and said you should. So,
you played kind of intermediary. Rogue on his own, or gay. And you contact, for somebody in your local news, help me get this stuff out.
I mean, that was starting to get weird. I don't really remember how that went down. But I think, George said, look, you got to get the information out publicly because that's the only way, that's the only thing that'll protect yourself. And that's really stupid. I'm not going to do that. And, it was just a couple days later, maybe it's not that.
And do you think it was self-protection or idealism? Was a part of you this needs to be
But it was a part of self-protection.
No, fair enough. We hear somebody I think a lot of people have questions about because he was
Crazy beliefs. Some of this stuff was so ridiculous. I would sit there and just, okay, you were absolutely out of your mind if you didn't believe the sun was out. And he said there are people living in the sun. There's no one living in the sun, John. And they built the moon on Jupiter. And that's where they manufactured it. They toted it into Earth's orbit. He's giving you these ridiculous. Why are you believing this? And
how'd you meet?
He was a real estate agent. And at the time, he was looking to get a loan on his house. And he had been on, George had been a show on the record, after the news, and later had been on there back when he was, so, I wasn't going to say, but it's a crazy ideas, he was an accomplished pilot, a brilliant guy, and he had,
those of like F-117s, even leaks the details in one such app, but then he still knows all the security numbers. So once it's I mean, I had been as far as with binoculars and stuff. So I'd just trying to get a new aircraft that's flying around. Because I mean, he was obviously a big
Yeah.
kid, just go out. Taking it over Dallas Air Force Base, he get right up to there, and so was he was definitely into whenever he. I mentioned John Clay earlier. You met him, right? We spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie. After well, maybe we'll do it on Wild instead, and he was super just really, and then at that point, all of a sudden, I mean, I think he was, because he had great about you, and he said, seems to be very legit, but I saw a drink he drinks, he was drinking. No memory. I don't remember that. Okay. I was like, community. Yeah. That's all. We're working with completely unknown materials. We don't know what, and really people had reactions. Similar stuff, just touching the crap. So, I had done that before. I feel like I can defend you 99.9% of things. And then the one thing I have trouble with is the MIT thing, because that's the other thing circulating. Is it was you your master's there, or you were sent there? I was sent there on a specific kind of program, isolated. Yeah. And then I did a lot of auditing in both places. And then on Caltech, for Caltech, so you were sent to MIT, and Caltech was, probably was a week before that. Was, but and now, I guess if I really look through paperwork and stuff, I can come up with things, but that's never been. Yeah. And I think Georgia found, some people are here. One other question that people ask, why were you allowed into after, you work with someone that you want, like, why was there this nationwide and all that after that, to let this go down? Came out there, I drove up, and I still knew all the guards. So we came up. I'm sorry, you're back. Just go in there. Higher security now. I was so nonchalant back then. And we just rode right into the experimental areas, came over here and said, George, here's a problem. It's a part of you nervous that they would be so not at all. You were like, zero games. You didn't worry that there was no sort of coordination between Area 51 and what was going on. So, like I said, it was relaxed atmosphere. Year or two after that, they were still starting to they called it the Tiger team. Came in to test security there. They felt so beautiful that they just redid everything. After that point, you're good going in. But like keys and things. There was no problem. What are United Nuclear? 2000. Did you ever work with United Nuclear? I mean, we still, they train Department of Land Security and the Miami still stuff all the time, especially when they're training people.
the job of the year. And then when one or Utah, it's completely inaccurate.
And he in this interview he says like, it was a Navy when I came to be. It was an MJ, obviously in the UFO lore, like kind of committee that covered this whole topic. Came to me and he said, "We got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide his." It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's saying like, he was there, he was in that store, he was working. We need to get Bob specifically because we know we can have him back today because he'll never be his MIT record.
All the secrecy. So we just had to figure out a way to get the product. So genius. But he had a brains. They could get you his credit again.
And then I thought about that for a while, and I was like, "What is this?" And I can't even find it. And then I heard the name of it. That's interesting.
Yeah, I haven't been until later. I could have done it later. But I don't know. I mean, the thing is, some of the things that we do are absolutely cannot. So I don't know. But I mean, he loves the guy. He was a great dude. He thinks differently. And I mean, it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him. But after he moved, it was just impractical. But I mean, if you're talking about statements John Lear made, it's tough. It's really tough. What's accurate and what's not.
Because going to Jamaica's or something. So I think, and we talked about this a little bit, maybe this is the follow-up for this show, is I'm thinking about the like how he became an essay director later, but he was involved in some S4 areas that he was related to David Rich, whose story, I think, honestly, a lot less than your story. But it's has to be noted because one other guy is mentioning S4. And so Gregory was there, he was a Navy admiral at the time. So I wondered what the was. As Dennis was that across the bow, the guy, you were trying to get it. What was towards it? Were you resentful or were you, how'd you feel towards it?
I guess somewhat reasonable. It's hard to tap into how it felt, but
Why do you think, and I know Luigi has some theories here too, why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at this whole saga? And the casino that is looking, and he's just not even like, what is that about?
I think that it really had something to say. And I don't know if people from S4 got there and changed his mind. He intentionally wanted me to go up there just to get me away from my house. I really don't know. Because he got up to the house. Nervous and anything that's possible. And so I mean, yes, I mean, when we said even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective for that was he saw Bob walk up to the dentist, and it's important because I looking at him. And that Gene's attempt is like, I was making that up. What did he do? Just pick out a guy out of nowhere and starts talking. If the guy wasn't nobody, he would have turned around and go like, what? Yeah, you would not stop. I mean, I kept saying that is angry, you know, what's going on my exact words, but he never even looked up at me. And I just walked over to Gene and said, I don't know, but the deal was with it. And as we both turned around, it was gone.
I wonder, part of me is that he himself wanted to come out after you or something. There was
It's all speculative. He could have wanted to come out. He might have been part of let's get back to the house. He could, there's a house, but there's no direction to go in.
I mean, that was so striking. That is like, your gun is set up in your own car and the doors were open in the parking lot, right? Yeah, that's scary, man.
And I mean, we would lock it and test the door and just get it out of the door and go, all right, every single time. It's locked. We were back out.
Over 50% I might get disgusting.
Yeah, because it's true. It's why I said we have to look under the car to see if there's something wider than they were. I think it was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open there. And finally we did, but looked over the car. But yeah, it was afraid there was somebody wired it up. But George said, I think they threw it with me. And Mario, talked a lot with them. We really spent a lot of time. And it's hard to treat. He also kept saying it's really hard to like explain and express what that worry was because it was what he said. We were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says I was so going through hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob straight up and I'll try it and he would start the car. Because he was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to do it." But you can sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that's clearly causing a lot of worry. Just for you know, something else going on. To work around once again. And, why are they doing this? So clearly you think something's big could go wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to those guys when he's good.
Did you get the sense that they were maybe mobbed? There was the legacy programs to get some cartel like a mob that exists inside the state. You get the sense, and obviously you have to go back and forth with the existing consequence sort of thing. Do you get that sense?
Not that it was the mob per se, but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah, they were like they were
all close.
you know, I get that, but like even Joe Leader was like he had and the G word thing. He had that in his like, yeah, they know the name.
to what organized crime did back then, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. It's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is sometimes someone, I'm not saying that they're involved or in charge of anything, I'm saying there is motivation for somebody to keep a secret, have ties with, let's say, the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going too rogue, well, you can basically steer that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer can come after you.
That's right. They were coming out there, they were going after their marriage. And techniques. That's what feels like it's compromise system. So you look at, they were legal angle, which is really for something like that. That's the way you can do it, which is pretty wild. And you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too. It's just clearly it's strict, compromise, and it deals with spooky stuff. I don't know if you're trying to get into this stuff, but it's really wild. And it says it's so widespread. It's widespread, and here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein, and this is at the end of his life, and he goes, why did you put this word rancher here? And he goes, well, a bunch of them were surplus businesses were retiring, and so, they were aging out, and I wanted to see that. Losing all of his You're like, oh my god, yeah, well, this is our DOE Department of Security. And then you realize Richardson was going to and he's there, he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, another email where he said, I killed Putin back in the day. And he's talking about
None of it makes sense. It's really strange. I guess all the time, we're really close to it when I lived in Mexico. Yeah. And they must be dirty secret. Drive by ranch and call the Victoria Secret. Why they come to us with Les Wexner, who is the CEO and founder of Victoria's Secret. Oh, you would drive cars like that. Everybody calls it. No way. Out for mediation. Did. We come back. Yep. Every time we come out, we're going to come to so funny. It's like, it's also for the people who disbelieve yours. Looking on this. It's like this. Your ball is going to get all the sides or something. It's so weird. Yeah. And it's, we're just talking about this one guy. It's not just one guy. No, it's not. It's not. I'm like, it's just not. So I mean, he might have been right clear, but there's a lot of, or he might have mentioned or something. But he was obsessed with the Casimir. And he would hold these rabbis. He would hold these rabbis. Conferences. Very good. So this whole couple of years, this is everything in physics, where almost gauging gravity and stuff, quantizing gravity beyond my pay grade. But I find it interesting. Steve, some things about his theory, really just about anybody else did. And so it's sort of Einstein's animals who seems to tie in on the department, he was just or something he was good money perception of time.
What you say, I mean, just from a pure physics perspective, it's a weird thing. It's personality in English language, but we can only define it with respect to with microscopic bodies, with oscillations of an electromagnetic wave, but it's not like it's a thing where like it's almost like fish. Like the fish are trying to describe what water is, but they can't because they're
Yeah,
not already
you have to be outside of it to describe touching. That's it. You can't be outside of it. It's just a concept that exists. And a lot of times,
Do you think that there's something about time being weird that it might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
yeah, I think there's definitely something.
Yeah. Because if gravity is
Organic chunks that are missing from physics. And I think something like that exists.
yeah. I think yeah, I mean, the thing that this guy Parker says is that the cosmic rift is the repulsive form of gravity. If you look at dark energy, you can literally it's like it's not one of the four fundamental forces, but
I'm not sure it really exists.
right. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Not really.
Dark matter is
It's a placeholder.
to justify gravity's status.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I always knew that's what gravitons were. That's why it got my attention.
gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy work over anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears. We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity. It's right around. There's guy named George Truckle, who's the corporation's research for Institute for Advanced Study. It uses really wacky broker and keyword clues with probably tends to bring on it. They would say like it's going to take us the time to build the bomb to basically be gravity. Stanley Denser and Richard Hardwick were famous physicists at the time from Princeton talking about gravitons. And they were like, we clear theory of gravitons and all that. The two things that come out for gravity. There's a lot of smoke, but no fire. It's the thing we just talked about with Mueller. Extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have some instead actually gravity. So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right.
Can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
That there's another force, and it's not gravity.
Yeah. What is if you were to characterize the force as distinct from gravity? So gravity clearly you have all these other byproduct effects from photons. What does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, let's say it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can't. Gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can to make simplify the push or pull. And I think it also affects them over time, exactly like gravity does, and nature affects light. And it does some of the observations you have gravity would also overlap with this other force, but I think it's a unique force. Have you ever measured this force?
It's much
All right, yeah.
you have. Is there anything at a high level that
come out and since yeah, and there's that you just aren't going to lose something. You're just going to focus on those guys.
I would put it in, say you have like a something out now, it makes it even more interesting. I mean, you know, it's more likely you can not when it comes out to appreciate it. Do you consider indicate your own experience through your own scientific That's exciting.
That's cool. But I have no idea what other people are doing. But I know exactly what not to do. And we did it as for. So that's actually a big leap forward.
You saw one hanging up against the wall.
Yeah, it was the wall and it had, there's actually third, when we had one hole in the room too. But yeah, there was just a hole with it bent out, clearly bent out. That's shot from the bottom.
Well, do you think it looked like it was shot?
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you think it was shot with like a kinetic weapon, mechanical weapon? Do you think it was a human weapon that shot?
It looks like something we would have done instead of shoot through and see how we can penetrate this material.
Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking it out, or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project.
It was exactly.
Well, yeah, that's what you're talking about. There's, I mean, I was doing the propulsion system is directive one and directive two was be able to disable the system at any cost. Do you think that? So that's with directed energy, but then there's also touching psychic, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it depends where you're going.
I guess, have you heard any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy with electromagnetic pulse?
Okay, but the only thing I ever heard prior to that was stories about the Roswell craft getting hit by lightning or something like that. It's the only thing.
Are there any of these stories, like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories like credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash. You know what I've heard, but it just seemed like they were working on that.
That's
You know, the Roswell crash was not one. It was not in one place only.
it might have been a round of two.
Yeah, I really think it was something that happened in the air. It was like debris.
Has everyone made new Costco aware? The riser? So, how was it? I don't know. I was picking on there somewhere.
Good.
Good. Big crunch today.
I gotta go. Have to put
Yeah, me.
how you feeling?
So recovering from my plans of this, you know.
What did it feel like? It was like
No, just like secure on the moment. But I don't know. The clam, no one should be. Same with oysters. I've never even tried it. Like oysters. I could not like one.
I like Friday.
Oh,
Regular Friday. Much fun.
how is pickleball? How is pickleball? Pickleball is fun. Play with my homies, Chris and Vikram, and this girl, is very, very good. You know, there's this game, I think I've heard of it, Rabbi, it's called Battle. It's a long time ago. And everybody knows. There's a game called Paddle, but no, what is it? It's just called Paddle, and it's like similar size sports to pickleball, but it's like a mixture of like pickleball and squat, kind of. And so you're surrounded by like this like glass, and you can it's like 2v2 I've seen. At least you can play 1v1 of them. You can hit it backwards off the glass, just like kind of like squash, and you can like hit it off the side, like the side of the court, and use like the walls around the corners to hit the ball. All around. I've never tried it, but I think I might be able to try it when I go back. I'm looking at what the racquetball very strict there. Yeah, no, racquetball, but it's like a squash court. Right. But paddle is like it's pickleball where you have like a net between and you're shooting people on the opposite side. No, how do you tighten the net? How do you tighten the net? Yeah. So there's it's tension like always there's some way to make the tension tight enough. Like probably similar to a tennis club with like there's a go like crank or whatever. Okay. Not an expert in paddle net tensioning, but anyway, I'm ready to deliver a awesome game. Prime driver. Nobody thinks that. I'm pretty sure that we'll use it. Looking at that. And that's some time. Yeah, it is a tax. I didn't know this, but apparently rabbis, if they're called for a funeral, they pretty much have to like ditch everything they do and go. Is that true? Should. Have you ever been called to a funeral? Yeah. Really? Yeah. And I had to take off work and travel from Orange County to Los Angeles County to a really famous uh, Jewish cemetery with most common in Hollywood area. And well, I did not, I was not extremely close. I knew the deceased. He and I attended the same class together, and just from another shul or synagogue. His son is a rabbi, Rabbi Silverman, so he presided in the service with some other rabbis, but I was there before.
Is there a specific, like, that you have being trained or
It's a little different, I think, than most religious ceremonies or other things. Generally, there are some rules that we have. Um, so usually the deceased is well, first like that we avoid cremation at all costs. The deceased is generally buried in the middle, which is like a white cloth. You can do like what have has generally everybody different. Um, and people we have to generally very quickly, so generally within 72 hours. Within the desert history of people, it was important to get buried as quickly as possible. And then from there, um, we have a it's really more for everything, but it's called the Shuba, where direct family, the recollection of the deceased are basically um, not, I won't say not allowed, but they don't generally have any celebratory activities. They don't wash, they cover their ears, and then people within the community come visit. And it's not like you may see on like I've seen in some in some like things where it's like I think I eat and I enjoy. That might be something formal within Orthodox. It's generally a very somber time. Talk about the person and they had on it, and then from there we may have a memorial service thereafter as well. Um, there, I think like in some religions you have like a service, like like I think like Christian or like Catholicism, they have a mass or something. It's different within Judaism. We have morning prayers certainly, and we something we have Kaddish, which is a mourner's prayer, and then the direct relations, the direct relations of the deceased will uh, will say Kaddish, what it's called, which is a mourner's prayer for the next 11 months. So they should already be going to school, but generally this isn't a perfect world. The person attends what's called Shacharis, Nifta, Mara, these are the three services throughout the day, and they will say a mourner's prayer, basically, um, and if they're so let's say you have work or something, you can pay yeshiva students basically um, um, uh, younger, generally younger students, but students who are learning how to become rabbi or just become more orthodox, and they will say say Kaddish for or for your sweet one for the 11 month. And then there, there are some other things you can't say Kaddish if you don't have 10 Jewish men. So you can just do that. And there's some other restrictions on how you know, doing it. But nevertheless, it's usually a process. Mainly 3 days, 3 times a day. The women, it's not a requirement that the women at one time basically of what the or the person is married, generally like after the service, and depending on the background of the people, not everybody can go to the grade Kohan. Um, and there's a certain distance that needs to be kept from the in direct contact with the there. Generally, there is a just like I think we have like a reception thereafter. We can celebrate the person's life. It's it's a little different because there's a special service that like the funeral service per se. It may be called a funeral service, but the services don't change. It's morning, afternoon, evening. From the funeral service would be throughout the middle of the day usually. That's basically how it goes. Generally, it's about depending. We don't have flowers. We don't buy flowers. We avoid any kind of ornate. I think people don't have what they skin, but the best way to do it is in a plain honey box. I know in well, I have a funeral, I have that kind of funeral what people so I give them the satellite or the live stream and the service generally those ones that I've seen are shorter than the ones I've seen in the United States. You'll have someone who shares some memories about the person. Other people might be invited to share memories about the person. Uh, a process where the person has a simple marker in the problems and there's almost like there's a mountain of rocks and from there that it, it's the city Shiva that's 7 days period one period of that. From there there's another 30 days where you um, avoid some celebrations and such. And then from there you're I don't want to say you can go back to your life normally. You still are supposed to be saying Kaddish 3 times a day for the death of the person. And then we feel, at least within the Orthodox world, that after 11 months, the person's body no longer in this neutral state, and that they are not eating, basically. And there are different philosophies as to what happens. Um, there is an essential Jewish tradition on what happens on Kabbalistic. Or that the person will be refined in the book. There will be a resurrection of the dead. But traditionally within Judaism, and go back into the Hebrew Bible, people had died, and it was maybe a thought of them going to some place called Sheol, which was like the underworld. There was no idea of an 11-month there was no necessarily jumping of this. All of that happened later. And if you read in Hebrew Bible, generally, except that there isn't a period of necessarily a family life. You might be it's sad and quiet, but shul. Today there is no shul. Even later on in the story, there we had the temple at Jerusalem. It's not seen as something that must be as a sacred tradition. All of that happened from about 100 to 400 of the Talmudic era. We call it and then he believes what happened to the person who walked into specifically like 1200 of the common era when the idea of the Kabbalistic faith of one body occurred into the 18th century. Additional Kabbalistic priorities of the congregants and more so with families. They were split generally in the 19th century between Reform and conservative and Orthodox world. So Reform and conservative, I associate myself with those. I have though been via webcam to a Reform funeral where actually someone who was like a popular YouTuber and that uh, that ceremony was really beautiful. It's similar in a lot of ways. Celebration of the deceased, um, but different. Than I'm not exactly sure how that person was very I think they knew. Body was not better generally. So, do you remember me talking about music as learning?
All right.
Yeah, so he was Jewish, and so I attended and quite a few other people. And that was a beautiful service. So it doesn't have to be not civil, so to speak. But, some or get married within the biblical world, though, as to come to, we should do it. So, like it he was, he was like 95 years old, and he and I would, um, we would always have Chumash or Torah classes together, and he was occasionally coming to take a modern class, which are classes. He would, it's an entire town with an organic just old people. They could reach the old people. And basically, one of my sons had a population of people. Now, he was buried in Mount Sinai, which is in Columbia, California. But we had a memorial service for him at his grave. And that happened like a couple weeks later. But generally, the timeline was very as quickly as possible, usually within 7 years. A rabbi should preside over it. It's not necessarily, it's not as if you can't find a rabbi, the person still should be buried as quickly as possible. There's a 7-day mourning period with the family. Like 30 days of avoiding some other celebration. We did have the person that then does what's called sitcom 3 times a day, generally, for 11 months. And that includes the open day, at least in your life. Now, again, the afterlife may depend on what version of duty generally Orthodox people consider that eating Shia, our Messiah, have this thought. There are a lot of communist discussions about the body being one of the person is now, the bone is about the root. It's the root bone. Traditionally, this is seen as the bone of the spine, like the coccyx. And this bone is going to be the hardest bone in the body. And when she comes, the rest, all of the dead have come. There's some Jewish that's why we want to keep a preservation. But it's not always the case. Jewish Jews, the very variety of Jews over the course of at least like about 18 the cremation has been not always taken. And there are cases that they feel like in case the Holocaust people and in those cases there may be some type of memorial service for the people for anyone. I'm sure I'm watching this probably. I'll be right. There. Oh, I think it's a normal one. I I just do this thing that I send out 30 emails a day, and of the 30 emails, like 20 get delivered, then like I can respond. And then this one guy would come back to me right away and was like, "Hey, I got it. If you want to, sure." Not like, I mean, I might say I'm like the paranoid person at home. No, it's the coast to coast AM every single night and for years on the street. Like, but I don't get into ghosts or like zoo about it. Um, so like, I don't want to classroom. They have to master some training. So I'm not gonna put down that much. First podcast a little bit. Like when I know that he's like connected looking sweet as a face. But I tried that information there, but he has like a fan page, which I couldn't message it. I don't this all happened in 2 hours. Seems like it's kinda cool. I've never well, I guess I do think but like if like I connected you a certain way, that's not but I do feel people. Somebody will be like um,
Trying to find this, but
yeah, somebody else yeah, hold on. Right, this so you know, I previously said that my goal is to just kind of be focused on regularly for like 2 days and not give up. And also can give up after I felt I just when I said your mom more than I think you want to be forever real than I say about but I do really before with her husband and I know again and I'm not want to be one of the next speakers. But if I'm not, no big deal. But next time, if it's a year from now, speak with her, I want to be 52 times, one every single week or generally. Sometimes when I try, and I'm going to continue to try. But I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, I'm like 3 podcasts. I want to hear none of it. I want to, I'm a person, I try to do what I say. Or I try to do what I say. And integrity issue. It's an accountability issue. So I just
every anime I think of how I go tell you podcast or like a podcast.
that's I say that myself and and that's a big to me because it's like nobody pays attention to these guys right away. And tomorrow now they're multi-million and they're um, they're people than the money. The money really isn't of interest to me. Um, I'm comfortable. Um, I don't really. That's all I care about. To me, comfort is far more important than money. What I feel is important. We'll play about it. I know I say 5 minutes, but just please bear with me. Um, what I feel is important is not having to worry, not having my children don't have to worry, not having my friends don't have to worry. Like money means nothing in a social system, and that's where I think we're moving. So that a lot of money, I don't care about that. I care about the platform that will to be able to eradicate hopefully a lot of the issues that we have in the world. Like, there's, yeah, that'll make. And I get I'm, I'm, I know that will have to be oh, one step at it. The one guy I did a podcast like 3 times, 4 times. Him and Tony who came in today. He was like, I can't find the third week. Like, I think I lost it. And I wasn't too worried about it because I got all this faith. Like I could. I went to my Twitter and I could like go through like I double tweeted about however many backups I have multiple YouTube backups. But I don't sweat that part of it too much. But I just helped him walk him through how to find it, and he was able to find it. And he kept saying like, like 22 years old. He was 20, and he's like, this is gonna be like this is a chance to make me to put me on the map. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, when I go viral, you will have one of the most important podcasts. The fact that you're smart enough to do will, bring you a lot of acclaim, perhaps. I don't know for sure, but it would be like if somebody had an interview of Joe Rogan from like 1992. They're like, oh, that was in a conversation back then. Especially with things about which I talk about. Joe Rogan and I have been talking about like stand-up world or whatever. But I talk about the future of humanity. I could be wrong on some of my predictions. Absolutely possible. Yeah, like the importance of crucial to humanity. And I think to you, like a few days ago, like imagine we had a video of a guy who years, really popular video. But you're like, yeah, and that's I was interviewed who I was on the podcast. He was like, you're gonna have like he's really big on like the world. Like, we talked and I'm like, I have a bunch of world records. Probably like more than I even think, but like most hours slept online, like on camera. That's gonna be a record. Most meals eaten on camera. That's gonna be a record. Like the fact that all my recorded means it's pretty easy to verify for a world record. And it would be one thing if like I told him like yeah, have like most probably would have like most games recorded. Yeah, probably I'd be like the person who's played the most amount of games. I mean, play at least
The most played of.
yeah, definitely. I bet I played more travel or literati on camera that has been archived that I'm personally. That's not even that much, but it's like very few people record themselves to do these kind of things. So that's what makes it's intriguing. Um, but that's not why I do it.
The most trash talking record.
No doubt. No doubt. I've said uh, I think I'll be considered the greatest trash talker in the history of the world. That's how they're like known as, baby. I want to be known as anything more. So when you play your game, when you play, um, pickleball, do you always win or you never win?
So you say like,
Yeah,
really better.
right. Like, are you really good?
Uh, not too bad at all today. They're all kind of level, so you know, kick hands and stuff like I'm on it back and forth, or someone hit a bad shot and I got point at it, which is kind of the when I get it's not good find anything like just or
Right. Well, like I am unless you high party. I can't believe he's never played racquetball. He's really good at racquetball. You should, if you have a chance to play racquetball, take my way better than anything. It fucking doesn't take so long.
what's the racquetball?
Great question. The racquetball is way better than the ball top. Racquetball is not like ball, like it's all around. You can bounce back a ball, you bounce it all, you ball. And so like if you can ground it, like, run after sometimes long. Um, and it's the single best game. Let me see if I'm gonna say this. Aside from like that who are like running, like those are not really games. Like a game that you had to stop at some point to like talk together first. It's way better than tennis. Tennis, if you get somebody who's better than the other person, they're going to serve you just destroy. But basketball, you can always get that ball back generally. Of course, like somebody's really really good and they can position the ball and like basically kill it. Yeah, you're gonna have that, but it's it, you saw what a racquetball court is. It's like just a big um, and for someone like you as a big wing fan, you can
mean, the wingspan helps probably as us. So, yeah. That's why I want to try and time those. Basically, like the same, same kind of concept as like racquetball, like the bounce, you rip it up to the side, and there's a lot of fun doing that. I haven't tried racquetball, but it does seem. I don't. I guess we probably have there.
It's like the second most popular. Maybe take it's basically different racket clubs.
No, there's only there that's like one hockey ring and a gymnasium that's like they just had it. And they do not. I mean, I've never realized I've squash courts, but
You know,
there, world's good.
no, you guys when you play like a really I enjoy it. It's really good actually. Anything better like tennis. Better exercise. Um, basketball. Good. Exercise, good. It's like soccer. Soccer's pretty good exercise. Here's the thing, it's so fast, so fast. I don't know. It's not as fast as highlight or badminton, but it's faster than tennis. Maybe, maybe. I don't know. Like, I guess if you're playing with like super good play people, maybe it's not as fast as tennis, but it's fun.
Uh,
How you doing, Brandon? Oh, I don't know right now. I can't look. I'm in the middle of the game. But when I have to take a look. Oh, I don't know about that, but I can hear you celebrate your less than a month. What'd you say? What do you want to do? Yes, so I don't know about they there are, but on ESPN, you'll see. They're on. They should be on the NBA tonight. Yes. All right, big. Okay. Yeah. No worries. Sometime when we don't have anyone in here, let's work on that. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure why. That could be. What'd you say, big man? Yeah, I saw that. That's you're good, big man. No worries. That's my favorite thing. Right, big man. That sounds amazing. Excellent, big man. Let me know if you need anything. That's the best. Thank you. Are you gonna say the word Dobos, iCarly? That was iCarly. close. It's like Carly. I even said it's like Carly. That's not a word. I have the right to think about putting well the what? What the fuck is that, dog?
Not like Carly.
Oh, there's some like Carliness to that, dog.
Oh, you didn't
Dog, what do you want me to do when you call that like Carly bullshit?
man.
How many things are left?
Bombarding me. Perfect.
How many things are left?
Two
Oh, that's some bullshit. Oh, fuck. That was great.
Have you been to Europe before?
No, I'm too cool for that shit.
What?
I'm too cool for that shit.
You're too cool to put it back in North Macedonia.
You mean that fucking place? Fuck wants to go there?
All kinds of people that are all
Nobody wants to go to the Balkans. Everybody from the Balkans moves. This game sucks.
like this.
Yeah, you do. It's fucking bullshit. Every, I don't want to hear it.
Stop. Stop. Yeah, it's the last fucking letter when there were no other letters around. Everybody said that's bullshit. I asked in the whole fucking world, and everybody said, "Yeah, that's some bullshit." And I said, I know that's some bullshit. Yo, I have a question for you. What did you think of the Pablo Card thing that you sent me? I agree, and I've seen he hasn't done that many. People argue with him, like something like that. And, it's, I've never heard him talk about. I never knew that much about his life. I still don't know. And I know I wrote for it. Everybody knows I wrote for it. He doesn't really show it. Never heard him talk about it. Maybe what I do be true. Something. Um, He just he's an interesting person. You really think he's full of shit?
I think so. Says, I mean, I was thinking of this going on, and when he was when they in like the movie or whatever, like one of the parts of the movie was like when they kind of like proved that Hawkins are that like the area as the like kind of secret door that was like built into the mountains. They had those images or whatever from like the pilot for like those secret doors. Not maybe want to believe the story, but I feel like there are people that have that particular information. And there are pieces of information that Bob gives that are similar, where like limited people would have information. I mean, stuff like kind of upside down flag on a UFO. Anyone can just because I let it smell it like child bag.
It's not an upside down. Maybe like it's right side up against the right. He says it's reversed.
Oh no. Yeah, it's reversed. Yeah. And
that's just how American puts a flag because it should be like how when it's moving forward would be. Like imagine you had a truck that had flag behind it. Whatever way the flag would be with the going like on um, uh, on tanks with the flag, whatever it would be as if the flag was attached to a pole. What way would the flag be going if the vehicle was in motion? No, if the vehicle were in motion, can you see my hand? If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be going this way. If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be doing that. Because whatever the way that we would be pushing it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are you positive that's the answer?
Yeah. That's the reason. Flag. Cool.
I thought there was like some distinct reason that Joe Rogan was saying no. Well, or maybe probably was. I don't know why. Backwards flag on the
They were saying that. They were saying that if the craft were going in one direction, then the flag would be facing the other direction.
Okay.
And that's
I
only,
thought it was like something.
and that's only like it depends on the flag. Like the Canadian flag, it doesn't really matter because it's symmetric left to right, though not top to down. The British flag is the same. The Israeli flag's the same. The Chinese flag is asymmetric. The Chinese flag. Let me check see if these guys. Agent. I was just thinking, like, what can I talk about on the podcast? Alien. That's a fascination of mine that I think is interesting to the audience. And I still feel, to me, it's just like duality. It's like a higher level of being.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, with technology. Engineering. Hypothetical aliens.
iCarly, or something. What are iCarly words? I'll call you. They need an expert on iCarlyism. Then you're definitely going to be made aware. Okay. Um, what are you doing tonight? Not all that. But like, you have plans this evening?
No. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to do it right now.
No, it should be. Yeah.
Yeah, teach a class. I, I just have to fit it in. I mean, I could do it with my men, but I'm not going to be professional. I want to be able to another thing I wanted to do. Like,
This is a Jewish class. I asked you before when you're stuff. If you're still doing that, the Jewish class.
today's my 100.
Okay.
Yeah, every day for at least 149 straight days. When I first started,
What's the topic today?
specifically uh, listening, so I'll teach the first part of it and just review. First I say, no one really knows for sure. Eluve, elu, different. Basically, so no one really knows. But this is our and then what I do is I do how many days? 49 days. We just finished appearing on as the owner basically 49 days between the second day of Passover, second day of Passover, and the holiday where we would do the oral Torah I just count of that. Then I read through the history timeline. Every 2 days I'll do a new event, so you're still very early in the Hebrew Bible. Yeah, still early in that. And then from there, I would listen not into that, but I would sometimes 3 or 4 hours, just things like that. But it's just taking up my whole day, and I wasn't promoting myself as much as I felt like I should be. And you can be like, well, you fucking played today. Yeah, I know, but if it's not expected, I'll get other people to come here and whatever, and um, I have to make sure that I'm committed. So then there is a couple of series that but there are some points of it that I don't see them wrong. But they are. Just it's taught by a reform professor. And so before I'm gonna email him and just clarifications to him. There is the books too. Like I'm reading a book of an Orthodox rabbi. I will see the stuff that's wrong and write them, and they will thank me for pointing out these things. Sometimes they're minor, other times they're not. I have found like rabbis in particular. There were 3 probably in this book. 2 of them were just small grammatical errors, no big. But the third, the rabbi had put a. I read this. I could tell something was wrong. But I went to another rabbi friend of mine, and I showed it to him, and he. And so it's like one of those. Okay, I'm not saying I'm like proof world's out. I make mistakes. I'm an editor, and in this one that I go into, I have watched it, and I know it pretty well. But there are some minor things, like I've made notes. I would watch this one more time before I email this professor. So one thing, like he says in Orthodox Judaism, we have the 12 principles of faith, and that's not the 13 principles of faith. And I don't know if he spoke, but it says it a couple times. There's no clarification. Not 12. Nobody says it's 12. There's a 12 tribes, but they're not 12. Nobody 12 principles of faith. So I wanted to email him to clarify this point, and then additionally talk about being a high priest of the Davidic line. That's not possible. So you can't be the high priest is a Cohen, and that's the descendant of Aaron, and David's line is Judah, basically. So there's separate lines. He discussion, but clarifying, he says it has to be this way. That's not necessarily true. And then there's another point that he makes that I don't like from a scholarly perspective what he says. It's like the book that we have, right? The argument, and even that of the text of this book was made up basically 15th century. The reason why the evidence for that is you're inaccurate. The uh, the Aramaic that's used is not Aramaic that would have been made 1,000 years before, which is when it was supposed to be written. And the big key is that the man who published it, his wife said it was fraudulent. And he was just making. So I think that this is a there's the professor said that and I don't like the way he thinks. And I don't want to publicly debate him, but I want him to do it. To say anything crazy. But he basically says there is there's fraud, and then like, he said something like there's fraud for the sake of self gratification or self preservation, self benefit, and then there's fraud if you really do think that channeling rabbis for 1,000 or basically before the Zohar, he, Moshe Rabbeinu wrote it, said that it was actually oral writings from 1,000 years before another rabbi, known as Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, but the Aramaic is wrong. It's inaccurate. I'm not the first person. This is the proof of it. But this professor basically, I think, doesn't uh, doesn't take he tries to say that this is perhaps not in a not in a non-beneficial way to the former rabbi. I disagree with that. This rabbi made a lot of money from the years. People called him out on it. He would have went with somebody who's like, look, I wouldn't know where the source is. He got it. And, so it's like Bob Lazar. It's not like Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is fucking dead on 100% in that strategy. He was it's not like Bob Lazar at all. I'm like Bob Lazar. No, stop that. Bob Lazar is not doing that. If Bob Lazar was doing that, he would be on. Did you see that Jake Paul was on that podcast?
Which one? The one that I found?
Yeah.
Joe Paul's pretty famous.
Yeah, but Bob Lazar had no idea who he was. Don't you think Bob Lazar would be, oh, I'd love to come on your podcast and talk about it if he was so self-beneficial, self-serve.
That's because he's smart and knows that UFO people have to dig in to
Quiet.
pure language.
So anyway, I have this concept. I want to watch. I've been going through this contest yet again, and making my email that I want to draft to this professor, and you know, we have to know paper. And it's the people I've done do it, I appreciate it because I do it honestly, and I don't do it to be like not anymore. I like almost teach it. I know it's that you said the 12 principles. May I ask? Generally, you know, all my teachers, I was a little boy, which is always 13. I'm not missing something. Is this a different take that you may have had? You may say, "Oh yeah," and that's and then other parts, and you know, how do you reason this lineage issue? Uh, you know how I've heard it, but if anything, you don't go into it. It has to be a certain way. Um, and so there'll be that question. And I got just a few things. So I'm going through this again, and then go to my people who just for the Kabbalistic concept to hear this, and it's definitely normal. So I don't feel it. It's uh, uh, not early in the class. And then today I'll book up Ruth. I'll just have that played. But so I know that this is probably like so that's why I wanted to get it done. I should have done it this morning when I said my prayers. I had a bunch of prayers this morning. I did another person came getting pretty late in the day. So here's
Can I ask you two questions before
absolutely.
one? The first one might be incredibly stupid. So, um, first one was like, is there a way to as a rabbi, can a job just being a rabbi, paid through synagogue or university?
Yeah, so there are different
What's like
kinds. Absolutely, there are different kinds. There's a congregational rabbi, which is a job that I do. It's like running a small business. And while I've never worked as a congregational rabbi, I have been basically the second, the right hand man to a congregational rabbi situation, which means a lot of behind the scenes work. It's a lot of there's some fundraising aspects to it that we don't know. So there's congregational rabbi. How does that work? You can have a building. I've been part of schools that have buildings. I've been a part of schools that don't have buildings. So how do you have a synagogue without a building? Sometimes the rabbi has sometimes the rabbi has services congregation uses someone else's house. There are what are called mushroom shuls or mushroom synagogues that only sprout up on holidays. Um, Basically, you have no shul, you have a mushroom shul, then you have a shul without a building. That in like I've been part of shuls that don't have buildings, so they don't have a building, but they're fundraising for the building. And then I've been part of shuls that have buildings, and then I've been part of shuls that have beautiful. So I've been part of every level of a shul. Um, so how does the rabbi make money doing it? The congregation has yearly dues, um, depending on the size of the shul, sometimes $1,000, other times depending if you want to be part of the mountains, it's hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. There are some that are hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. And one of them, that's when you get some really big. And the rabbi, which is different, I think most religions, usually hired by a within a congregation. Within a congregation, that is usually hired by a board of trustees. So that's different than some of these. It's just not that way. Um, yeah, within some Jewish community. Generally, the larger the shul, the borders are the and they usually check. It's for not that much money for like pretty set like it doesn't go that far in Orange County, some other places. Um, so that's how you get paid. Now there are other types of rabbis that you can be. So and there's the argument to be made. This is from the the community accepts as their rabbi is the rabbi. So there have been cases really younger. Like a case in Israel of like a 40 Maybe not everyone. Some people consider that to be a rabbi. Okay, rabbi is a teacher. It's just someone who's learning the law. Generally, a rabbi is supposed to be. It depends if it's Orthodox or whatever. If it's not Orthodox, we won't get into that, but that can be. Generally, it's a male. Generally, it's someone the law. Generally, it's someone who is a teacher and you need to be expert. That's all. You don't have to go to yeshiva, which is a formal shoot. You can have religious teaching, but maybe not go to yeshiva. To be a rabbi is generally through a process of a speak, and you get from another rabbi. Trace this biblical motivation back to Moses, um, and what Moses bestowed upon Joshua. My smicha was through a rabbi who that was the thing that was put up on the timer. And he was not my rabbi. I had met previously, but my rabbi arranged that things me up with him um, because of the depth in our Reddit. So that rabbi was doing that to delay my learning. Rabbi Oppenheimer. He lived in the United States, but he moved to Israel. And that doesn't mean that I get money from being a rabbi. That another rabbi or community felt that I learned enough in the law to teach it. And it also like three different types of rabbis. Um, and most rabbis have what's known as there are others, another higher level is Rabbi job. And then there's another kind that no one has today, which is bestow that on anyone. And no, and, Jews don't do it. Um, and then from there, I, I mean, I had already have an idea of what uh, and uh, our subject matter professionals. So I didn't need money. It's almost like a graduate degree that I wasn't even putting into it. Um, like 2016 to 2019. So, I had shown just a critical indication to my jewel, and he said, civil community that a rabbi as well. And I was already a rabbi, but now my inside it was my nickname. Even though I wasn't a rabbi, everybody just give it a rabbi. And I was like, I don't want to become a rabbi. That's really interesting. I like going to school every day. I'm being a part of the community. I like being kosher. These are parts of my life, but I don't want people coming to me. And I don't want to necessarily make there's topic decisions that people's lives uh, rely on. However, um, I, after having some hard times from I recognized that it wasn't this bad human. Well, it's not like they're in particular any hope any other person. And that I can find myself as a member of this brotherhood, this fraternity. And so after like a year and a half, weekly guide, in addition to the classes that I already taken, which are English classes, that's Bible, and some other classes that Talmud and Hebrew classes with the Hebrew teacher and some Aramaic and Yiddish, and additionally working through something called Russo, which is paired learning, which is very common within yeshiva. We in Orange County don't have a yeshiva. That's more something that you'll find on the East Coast. That it has a similar type of learning. You learn with a person. So we would study what's called Amish, and certainly the Talmud, certainly Hebrew Bible, and we would do that on Sunday. So every single day of the week, for, well, like 4 years, I did some kind of or going to shore, and then from there, um, in 2021, um, I started employed. So it's not like normally what you do is you might go teach in a school just as a new rabbi. I was already in my 30s. I had, it's not uncommon to become a rabbi, but there are like two big tracks. There's young people who become rabbi when they're 22 or something, and they're applying for that. But I need him. So I didn't want to go for a kosher supervision organization or I think you're around slaughterhouse. And I did not want to be a congregational rabbi. And I didn't want to be at the behest of the trustees. I mean, I'm an activist, but basically being a religion, but it wasn't something that I needed to um, support. And it was in the middle of the pandemic. And, uh, at that point, I thought, well, we could write a book about, but that's isn't really going to be able to support myself. I don't need it to support myself. And then generally, probably what I would have done had I not been live streaming my language. I mean, I'd already had the interest to get married. No, I hadn't had the one picked out yet. He basically on to was in the process of finding someone. It's really once you're at that point, it's pretty quick to get married. I'd say probably within 6 months or so. And but because of how the work was, I felt that I wanted to do something a little different, and there was some leniency that had occurred on live streaming on Shabbat that the Sephardic world had taken more lenient than the Ashkenazi. I follow Ashkenazi customs, but nevertheless, I saw a window that had opened up that basically said, if you're not benefiting from the live stream, it may not necessarily be relevant. And the Sephardic world had opened it up so that we were having celebrations on live stream, like Orthodox celebrations, especially for Passover 2021 or so. It was an emergency time, and I could get Moses, and my wife had gone from never being on camera to being on camera for like 12 hours a day. I was on 8 hours a day, and anywhere between 2 and 4 hours a day for classes. And I recognized like my whole life was in camera and I wasn't a lot of it. And how could I change the world? And this was developed into a passion project over time. It wasn't immediately, but I told you like I dreamed this is what um, this is what my journey was. And it made sense. Like, wow, I'm really mature. I'm really into learning, really into teaching. This might not be something that I need to be immediate. So long as I could get over the hump and I still put my down to doing every single day. I keep kosher to the best of my ability. I take lessons on food. Um, all the other aspects of my life. I say prayers. I just do that on camera and basically teach people how to cook if people wanted to watch. And while I can't live stream in my shul, it's okay. Like there are Jews who, for hundreds of years, would go on an adventure and not be able to eat around their shuls for whatever reason. And while I can always go back to shul, I don't want to. I want to surprise them. This is like a gift that I give to them. Um, and I still get the emails. I know what's going on. My friends, and we do communicate. They don't all understand what I'm doing, but they recognize it. This is how I want to represent the rabbin and the world. And if that meant that I wasn't going to make money as a rabbi, that's okay. I don't mind that. Um, so basically, and a long answer to your question is generally rabbis make money through three ways. There's congregation, there's being an author, and there's working for a kosher supervision. But that's not all rabbis. I would think that the majority of rabbis or people with smicha do not work under traditional rabbi in a congregation. They may attend congregation, but there are only in the United States fewer than 1,000 Orthodox converts. So every year, approximately anywhere between 80 and 150 in the United States. So it is a unique journey that I've been on, and necessarily available to everyone. But for any person, even non-Jews, even someone who converts through an Orthodox way, through a base through house of judgment, if they wanted to become a rabbi, they're allowed to be a rabbi. Some have the teaching and knowledge base. They would be considered a rabbi as much as we considered a rabbi, as much as time what the great rabbi the day was considered a rabbi, as much as Moses in the Bible was considered a rabbi. So that's
We do not know they're so scarce.
yeah, it's I mean you gotta think that there's fewer than 22% of the population of the Orthodox rabbis are 10% of that, so it's of the United States population. It's not like you necessarily get money to do it. So a lot of people don't. Everybody's about money. Um, there are other ways to make money. Big one is organization. You can make a lot of money from that if you stick your own, and then you start working with organizations to basically accept your or your kosher supervision. So that was your first question. What's your second question?
The second question is just like these lessons that you do, are they published somewhere specific, and do you have like a audience that is actually like written from it, or is it just kind of like archived?
It's both. So I do have some people who attend, not every single day when they can, and really I do it when I'm able to do it. So I have one set of streams that I dedicate to every single time that I'm going to start it. It's just on a YouTube. It's all archived from other streams, but I don't get to um, um, detailed about it, like writing like the time for it and the description of it, because I know at any given time YouTube can take out those accounts and then all that hard work is done. I've done it before. I've done it, like these are my discussions on futurism or whatever, and I'll put all the little things and I'll have bullet points and then you 6 months later my account gets deleted and all that work was for nothing. So the one thing that I do, I don't just say, okay, I'm starting up this stream right now or anything like that. I do start one of my other streams, and people people can go back to usually like streams are like 12 hours. Not I do have between 1 and 3 hours every day. And thus far, for 149 straight days, streams have been um, I think more than an hour. I have now. I also do it in a way that it's totally different than any other company. Perhaps I recognize that you guys are humans too, and many times I've seen and part of shuls and congregations, and I honestly 20% other rabbis give shoot called shooters like classes. And they're usually in a suit. When I first started my shoes, that's how I started in suit and tie. But I'm live streaming my life, so people would be able to see behind me. And so I I, I recognize that I'm human, and I don't necessarily teach them in a way that other methods teach. I'm much more human, much more informed. Because I'm just sitting in my bed doing it. So, what's an example? When I or perhaps I will be like when I sometimes I read this 70 yeah terminology like this classic, and when you read it every single day for like hundreds of pages, right, and I think that in the future people can tell me like if I were teaching a class in front of a congregation like that, until a million years, there's a lack of knowledge of what we call news, but I do it because I think it's funny. And I know that when people in mass will see it, they will like that a lot more. That's real. That's human. It's it's like um it's like unedited videos. I think people will be much more appreciative that my content is raw, that you get to see what's going on, as opposed to having edited footage that's extremely post. And mine is study for JR. Yeah, another example. So, like, what's an example? Like, yeah. Um, like, so there you sacrifice that is when that occurs, that will come to that heaven. And um, there's all this attention given to the wedding because Israel imported some efforts a few years ago into from Texas. Basically,
What is that?
yeah, it's a large amount. And um, uh, there's it's considered the greatest Shalom. The who was like he considered it to be the greatest riddle in Judaism, which is kind of not getting into all the there's a process where in the mountain province the heifer is slaughtered in a kosher manner, and then the blood and the animal is slaughtered. Some of the blood is the animal is sacrificed on a pyre, like a big thing basically. And it's facing the entrance to the Temple of Jerusalem. And then the temple systems, but basically like, or it didn't have to be like I should just say temple assistants collect the notes, they collect that, and then brutal to to slash people who have come into contact with the dead body. These are people who have been unclean. And by doing this, the person splashes crowd themselves unclean. And it's this no one in Israel can never everyone can't at one point somebody has to pull them. So I was going through this just as a lesson. I have done that for the last like month or so because I was hoping um like the injury really so I have two red hair, so like speak perfectly red. But I've seen it. They're like perfectly red, they're like burnt orange. Um, and they never be milk, they can never be cat. That'd be great. Milk, then cat calves. Um, and they can't be with them. Basically, they're obviously and they're not sacrificed as a country. This is sacrifice of the Lamb. Is it the same? And so, normally, I think most rabbis give shur. And this is the greatest riddle in Judaism. They're like, leave it at that. But they don't do it. And I kind of solve. And I'm like, and I'll say, like, really can't. All right, Israel, I think we can figure this one out. I think we could figure out a way how we could have this sacrifice not happen. And have every all of us 100% be clean. Basically. And try to figure out. And so I came up with a way. As you can see about it, it was like, that's fucking brilliant. And I was like, yeah, see what you're talking about. So the way that I figured out how to do it, which again, this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, is you take two heifers and you put the wood pile and you sacrifice them simultaneously. And then one rabbi usually who cleanses the people could then cleanse the other who did the sacrifice. That other person could cleanse the other rabbi, thus making everybody clean. And I went through all of the different ChatGPT. I was like, yeah, this seems like a solution. Very. Then I go through and be like, I'll like do things that I don't understand. But I'd be like, okay, so when we had the middle branch and we were using that on the peak, could we use a super? Is that allowed? They don't go into the town whether it would be allowed. Could you use a super soak? Like it could be, as long as like you get the super soaker benefit for the middle branch. So I'll bring up things like this that I have not been discussed previously, but to me it would make sense because I'm a realist person. If we all need to be cleansed of this someday, how could we do it in a very efficient way when we have a nation of 9 million people who would need to basically be cleansed, and then in the diaspora, 100 million people? This be done in a realistic way. And so I will go into that. Like some people might say, well, super soaker is kind of a funny way how to do it. It's not normal, it's not traditional, but I will do that, and I will spend an hour just. So anyway, what's another one that I would do like that? All right, like the the laws of in terms of I know many Jews who want to try seafood, many Orthodox Jews, but we don't because in, in Leviticus says Hebrew Bible that a sea dwelling creature needs to have shells, um, uh, that's the thing. And that's how I've been my entire life. And yet, it's still been a temptation that I've always felt. And so I'll go into like the um, biology of a lobster and of a crab. An argument that says that a lobster, even though it has an exoskeleton, that it has no tail. And the exoskeleton could be an argument for a scale. A lot of people would say an exoskeleton is a scale, and that tail is not like a fin. And I make an argument just saying this is not the Missouri we live in. This is not traditional, but I'm going to play I'm gonna show the opposite side, how someone could make an argument. And I'll go into that. And is that the Kabbalah teaching? No, but I'll go ahead and call it practical Judaism. Or it's called.
Did you make that argument for clan though? Because clans don't have.
Exactly. And I make an argument. It's very difficult. So how could I make an argument for it? And I will push this. How would I make it? And I would say that the clamshell is a lot like a scale. A lot of people see that. And the uh, the definition of fin is not very specific. Within Hebrew Bible, it's really not that specific. Within Talmud, uh, and you run into issues with some fish, like sturgeon. Sturgeon are a unique kind of fish that have like a bone exoskeleton, like exterior. So they're not considered. So a lot of caviar comes from sturgeon. So that's not considered caviar. But those go together, just different. And then like catfish, right now, catfish, structure, they don't have the same scales. And so I make the
Have you
argument.
eaten?
I think fish and stuff, yeah. And I've had imitation crab meat. That's a pot. I do my best to avoid anything kosher. Have anyone out there who says I've never eaten non-kosher is lying. Every single person has eaten something non-kosher with this color. What do I mean by that? The big one is bugs. They say that you eat 8 bugs, 8 spiders a year or whatever. That's not necessary. But what you do is there are like microscopic produce that even though we wash it thoroughly, you just can't get them. So when I say I do avoid eating on the culture, right? And there are different definitions of kosher. There's what's called halal Israel, which is basically overseen by a medical supervisor. And some people only drink halal Israel milk, but there was a determination by the rabbi, and he made the determination that any government milk, like basically what you buy in the store, is kosher because government milk isn't offered. Uh, the only government milk that's allowed in the United States is from a cow. Nobody is allowed to mix the goat milk and cow milk. That's not a thing. Or camel milk, like species or something. Goat milk would be allowed um, with that. Um, so, but some people, government being non-kosher. There are other people who you can buy meat from Hector, basically rabbinical supervision that I would eat. Now, no, it's we have different. Even though we would have that to be kosher, I just have rabbis that I know don't. Even though those people in those homes say that it's kosher, there's no like perfect way. No, I do my best to avoid any non-kosher foods. Um, like what's in your sure. If, yeah, this is what I like. If I could get enough, if I could get enough influence and be able to stab it at the identical the Orthodox rabbis of the world and make the argument that a an exoskeleton is a shell and a tail is a fin. It should be considered kosher animal. And if we could get a contingent, it wouldn't be necessarily be a majority, but with the influence, yeah, I'd love to. That's something that I really love to enjoy in a kosher restaurant. And I think that we're moving towards that. Either that or artificially created lobster. But really, I think if you, I've always felt this way.
Like later like on everyone
So
technically
those are two.
avoid it.
No, area of contention. Those are two you have to face it. And when you do it, you do it to fun. And I had more, well, very conservative individuals, more, more. They have super progressive meetings. And the answers are they are in roles of that. Um, as good as any other technique you're going to have. You can't tell me to be slaughtered. What is it considered? And so there are some Republican supervision organizations to be kosher. In terms of beyond meat, that's not kosher. Um, and I know a lot of Orthodox rabbis, people who use, many people would consider it a loophole. Considered a loophole. We're not trying to outfit God. But like what? It's a Beyond Meat burger, cheese, normally milk and beef for reasons. According to the Bible, the um, the other nations were boiling a calf in mother's milk, and we consider that to be something that you want to overlook at all costs. Not just a calf, but because of that, you can't mix milk. And it gets into what about if it comes from a bird? Like you have cheese and most GMOs go no, because we wouldn't want to have the look of milk and meat together. It gets to but the idea of Beyond Burgers, since Beyond Burgers are so well known now that no person walking by someone eating a cheeseburger would think that that is necessary to approach. At the point where my family loves one of my favorite restaurants is the Milky Way, and uh, of that. He owns it now. A lot of people don't know it's a really small restaurant. He does his and cheese. Not a cheeseburger eater thing. We avoid milking people in the sandwich eater should go there and be with cheese. And there's not meat in the entire restaurant. So I know
It's served where actually like you take the salad, chicken or whatever, or
no,
or it's just
that's
soup.
what we're talking about usually. It's like tofu and
Right, it's like some vegan burger.
yeah. So there's two separate ones. And then there's the reverse of that. So you can't have a meat burger, but you don't want to put cheese on it. So then we have something called parm cheese, which is basically parm is Hebrew neutral, and basically it's meat that you can eat eat it with that. So you can eat it with milk stuff, you can eat it with meat stuff. And so it tastes like cheese. You can't have the cheese consistency. It's basically a way that you can have a cheeseburger. And
If you can taste as good as regular cheese.
I think that there, if you put them in front of a lot of people couldn't tell the difference. Um, cheese has to use with something like lemon and also how it's produced. With cheese, there's an argument to be made. Government supervision for a lot of it can be considered kosher. From now, get into some weird stuff like camel cheese, like that kind of protein, like fish. The, the, the major, but in answer to your question, are you allowed to have natural? It depends. Not much more. So if anybody ever says Nick, in the future, I look forward to a day where no animals will die and all the food that we eat can be used. Like we don't eat animals. And would I allow my community would I take a stand for something? Yeah, I would. Here's the thing. I don't have to sit. If I had a suit on, I could not take these things because I would be dependent on donors on my school who would recognize that this is avant-garde. I can tell you that there is a rabbi out I won't name him, basically who I don't want to say was blacklisted, but sort of selected within the Orthodox community for having some progressive feelings. I believe it was on homosexuality. And they their schools, their synagogue now community, they lost a lot of members. So, you know, Rabbi,
Are you as progressive as LGBTQs?
yeah,
Yourself?
yeah. So I used to not. I used to be very much before the um, men should be with women should be with men. That's known. If you want to be gay, you like that's not. Within Judaism, lesbianism is far less a a prohibited activity than twice within the Hebrew Bible that says that if a man lies with a man, he should be stoned. That's clear. If you'd ever want the Bible to state. So that's what I lived by. I was always confused why we didn't stone frankly. But the argument gets to two kosher witnesses, and unless you're going to have an Orthodox individual witnesses to that second of them, two witnesses witness two having sex with each other for the basic house of judgment. No Orthodox man steps himself into a situation where there are two people who just don't do this stuff. Um, my views on this changed when I learned about transhumanism, not transgender, but transhumanism. And what happened? I want to live to be 3,000 years old, and I want to be a woman and get married to a man. Well, then that came. And I've also recognized that we're moving in a post-religion world. I look forward to every single day. I pray for the Messiah to come here all matters. And when he comes, he's supposed to be a good political leader, he's supposed to be the David line, he's supposed to be a great leader. He's to do 1,000 years, supposed to bring world peace to the point where animals fight. Whether that's true or not, and it's not a thing in Judaism. You won't read about the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a thing. It's more of a more. It's evolved over the course of the last 2,000 years. But when he comes, if he ever views my shoes, I want him to say, I don't want to do anything that he would just like be pro-war or unfair to people or unrighteous or someone who would cause conflict and make them other people. Like, there's an understanding that all of the great riddles and issues within Judaism and within the world will be clarified when Mashiach comes. So every day, there's Mashiach. There's a thought that there could be a Mashiach in every generation, right? There's a thought that Mashiach could be, that anybody could be Mashiach. Right? And Jewish man, Mashiach. What I think Mashiach will be the man who built the Temple of Jerusalem. There are other things supposed to be true, but 1,000 years ago. But that person will be an important person. I don't know that I think that they would have wanted if they won't want. So the best I can is do while live streaming and the questions that evolve is beyond me allowed. Lab growth. Those will be all be answered in the Mashiach. I know I take really long time to answer questions, but I want to give you some background on why.
I'm interested.
When you find it interesting,
Appreciate it.
if you come back in about 2.5 hours to get your ass whooped, anything you want. All right. So it's 5:13 right now. You want to come back at 7?
I'm still right. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for your interest, and we'll see you then. Okay, Big Dog? What's going on, Brandon? Excellent. Are you watching it?
Yeah, right now.
Okay.
Cool.
I don't know. Learning. What's the famous? What? One. One. I've been fighting. It's tight. What, Rabbi? Oh, what's
curious. His name was O'Reilly. His first name was Neil, and his two sons were named Malin and Julian at a great height of Jude. They came to the country and remained there. Naomi's husband, and she's the two sons. They married women, one named Orma and the other Ruth, and they lived for about 10 years. And those two, Malin and Julian, also died. So the woman was left without her two sons and without her husband. 6. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab, where the country of Moab and God had taken note of the people of Israel. 7. Accompanied by her two daughters-in-law, she placed where she had been living, and out of the road that fell out of Judah. 8. When Naomi's two daughters-in-law turned back to their house, may God deal with you and see what happened. May God grant them to be in the house of Elizabeth, and she bestowed her wealth and broke into it. 10. And said to her, you have returned with you to your people. 11. But we replied, my daughters, why should you go with me? Have you need more sons of my money, might be husbands for you? Well, turn then, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I want more sons for me, even if I were married to them, I also for sons. 13. Should we wait for them to grow up? Should we marry not for yourselves for marriage? Oh no, my daughters. But what is for you and yours? God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into me again, and their father unto her. 15. So she said, see, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and their gods. Go follow your sister-in-law. 16. But you replied, do not urge me to return back and not follow you. Wherever you go, wherever you lodge, I will lodge, your people shall be my people, and your God my God. 17. Where you done, I will done, and there I will be buried. Thus may God do to me, and my death towards you. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to be with her, she ceased to argue. 19. And the two went on until they reached the land. When they arrived in the land, the whole city was silent. The woman said, can this be Naomi? 20. Do not call me Naomi, she replied. Call me Mara, for which God has made my love great. And 21. But wait, and God has brought me back into you. How can you call me Naomi, when God has enlarged with me, which God has brought this fortune out of me? 22. Thus Naomi returned from the country of Moab. She returned with her go to glean. Go elsewhere. Stay close to my maid servants. 9. Keep your eyes on your reading. Order the workers not to curse you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground and said to me, why are you so kind as to say to me? I am a foreigner. 11. Listen, replied, I have been told of all that you did for your mother and husband. How you left your father and mother in the land of your birth and came to a people not to you. 12. May God reward deeds. Recompense from the eternal God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, you are most kind, my Lord, to comfort me and to speak to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants. 14. Boaz said to her, come over here and partake of the meal, and to your bosom. So she down beside the rivers, he had been forced rape, and she gave her bill and so on. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave her, you are not only let them leave the sheaves, without influence. You must also heaps and must feed her. 17. Gleaned in the field until evening. And she forgot what she gleaned was the feet of her. 18. And carried back with her to the when her mother-in-law, but she also took up and gave her. And law asked her, did you today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice. So she told her who should work, saying, the name of the man with whom I was today was blessed. He said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has come to show kindness. Naomi explained her daughter-in-law, related to us, he is one of our 21. I even told my workers until all my harvest is 22. And Naomi answered her daughter, it is best, daughter, and you go out with his maidservants, some other field. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants and blessed, and cleaned until morning and was unfinished. And she stayed at home with her mother. We use her to give you this experience on our side. Click OK to continue using scenario. System discovery is text sensitive assistant. 2. WBN is with her husband's son, a man of substance, of the family of life, whose name was Boaz. 2. Ruth, I said, I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, realized the one who reached the weakness. Yes, daughter, go, she replied. And look, she went. She gleaned on the rivers, and, as luck would have it, it was peace like the whole trees, who was of Elimelech's family. Simply Boaz arrived. He greeted the reapers, God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. The servant was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is there. 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a woman, back with me from the country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers. It's been on her. She came this morning. She's hard to listen to her mind. Boaz said to Ruth, listen to me. Don't go to any of you. Don't go elsewhere. But stay close to the maidservants. Keep your eyes on the field. And order the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, jars and drink some of the water that the workers have. 10. She prostrated herself. Why so? I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law and your husband, how you left your father and came to a people you had not known. 12. May God reward you. You have the Lord, and so you shall, the God of Israel, your husband, you have sought refuge. 13. You are most good, my Lord, to cover me and to speak with you and serve. I am not so much as one of your servants. 14. Boaz said to her, come over here, partake of the food, and here. So she sat down beside the reapers. And she ate her food and myself went over. 15. When she got up again to leave, Boaz gave orders to his workers, you are not only to let her leave on the sheaves, without interference. 16. remained in the field until she beat out what she had needed was about an ephah or 18, and carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law and when she also departed, when she had left the meeting. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, where did you leave? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such steps. So she told her mother-in-law she had worked whom I was 20. Her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of has not failed to have done this. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law who it is related to. 21. I said, he even stay close by my brothers to all my harvest. 22. Your daughter, that you go out these service and not be like some other people. So she stayed maid service with us until the barley harvests were finished. She said, her mother-in-law, Naomi, her mother-in-law, said, daughter, where do you think that? That's what he said, because he started to close you. He will be with me barley on the front of the night. Correct. So babe, unmute yourself and go down to the threshing. But do not disclose to him until he is finished eating and drinking. 4. Put down, the place where it lies down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, I will do that. He will tell me. 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. 7. Go as he did threshing and Asher went to lay down beside the ring line. 2. Went over stealthily to the Lord his feet and laid down. In the middle of the night, there was a woman lying at his feet. 9. Who are you? He asked. And she replied, I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread your robe over your head. 10. He exclaimed, blessed God, daughter, merely esteem loyalty is greater than the first, and do not turn to younger men, whether poor or rich. 11. And now, daughter, will you do on your behalf what you ask? All the elders of my town will find you when you are. 12. What will the history find for me? There is another or closer than stay for the night. Let him return. But if he does not want to act in favor of you, I will do so myself. As God lies. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay his feet. Speak one person against him. Let him not. Woman came forward. And he said, hold out the shoulder. Where she held it. He measured out 6 measures of barley. When she got back to the town, 16. How is it with you? She told her all that. 17. And she gave me these 6 measures of barley. And Naomi said, stay here, daughter, for the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today. We use these to give you the best experience all on our side. Okay, hurry. Learn more. Naomi, her mother, said to her, daughter, seek out the Lord. Try some areas of the library assistant experiment. Discover and explore the excellence of your library when you're doing analysis. 1. Let's get down to the game and sit down. And then Redeemer, that you pass by. Well, come over. It's here. So he's over and sit down. Then the list of 10 elders of the town and sit down. 3. Redeemer, Naomi, having from the country of Moab, was the piece of lunch that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. I thought I should disclose the matter to you by saying, acquiring so I go see here in the presence of the elder and redeem. But if you cannot redeem, it will be that I will know. There is no one to redeem but you, and I comfort you. I am willing to redeem it. You reply. 5. Listen. When you acquire the money, you must also acquire the one of the deceased and educate his estate. 6.
said to the elder, all that belonged to Chile. 10. I have also learned between the name of the season on his estate and the name of the season on his beer. This gives I from the name of his bill. You are this is 11. All the people that take the elders answered, we are making was coming into your house like Rachel Delia, who of some and afraid of your name in that land. 12. Let's be like the house of Boris to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by this young woman. So Boaz became his wife, and he cohabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. And the woman said to Naomi, blessed be God, who has not held a redeemer from you. His name be perpetuated. 15. He will renew and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter in laws you and his you and 7 sons. 16. Naomi took the child and held him for us. And they gave him a name, saying, a son is born to Naomi. They named him Ob. He was the father of 18. Ammonah Nahshon. Nahshon begot 1. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot 2. Begot David. He's to give you 6 person. Learn more. His wife's name was Naomi. And Chilean Ephrathites of Bethlehem in Judah. They came to the country and remained there. Died, and she was left with 2 sons. 4. Women, and the other root. 5. And those 2 and Chilean also. So the woman was left with 2 sons. Returned from the country of Moab. For in the God had Israel. Kindly. My daughters might be husband. 12. My daughters. Even if I never be, even if I were married, so for sons. You will never count for yourself. Oh no. My loss far more bitter than yours. For God's hand has struck down against me. 14. We broke into me and were against their mother-in-law. Love to her. 15. So, see, your sister-in-law is returned. Follow your sister-in-law. Do not leave you to her that do not follow you. For wherever you go, wherever you lodge, your people shall be like. 17. I die, and there I will be buried. And where you go to me at any moment, towards me from you. 18. She ceased to work. 19. And the 2 went on until they reached Bethlehem. When he arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The woman said, can this be you? 20. Do not call me, she replied. Call me Mark. And God has brought me back. You call me Naomi. The Moabite. You give. Okay. Superior.
series of assisted experiment discovered explored tests in the severity of the system. Naomi had kids with her husband's son, a man whose name was Boaz. I said to Naomi, I would like to go to the fields and glean 20 years of grain behind someone who may show me custom. Yes, daughter, go. She replied. And up she went. She would be reapers. As luck would have it, he was the least looking to bonus. Presently, reapers. Five. Said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers. In charge of the reapers. She. The country. Clean and gather of sheep behind the reapers. She has been on her feet ever since. We rest at home. Listen to me. Feel. But stay here. 9. Keep your on the field they are reading and follow them. I have ordered go to the chart. Workers. She herself working around. Why are you so unnecessary when I am ordered? I said in reply, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law and your husband. How you love your father and the left of your mother. 12. May God reward your deeds. May you reward the best from Israel. Israel, son refuge. You are most kind, my Lord, to comfort me and to your razor, though I am not so much as one of I said to her, come over here and partake of the meal. So she sat down beside me, and she ate her fill and had some left over. When she got up again to leave, he gave orders to his mother, you are only to let her 16. But you must also keep silly for her to clean, and not scold her. Clean in the field until evening. 18. Mother-in-law, and when she also took out and gave her what she had left. Bill. 19. Her mother-in-law is her. Where did you glean? Where did you work? Lest he took such short notice of you. So she had worked with. Mother, my work today is bliss. Bless you. Show kindness to the living or to the dead. 4. Related to us, he is one of our kids. Ruth the Moabite said, he even told me, all my harvest is finished. 22. And he answered her daughter, and you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted instantly from you. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and until the barley harvest. And she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. We use the best experience possible on our side. Click OK to continue severity. Learn more. Discover and explore tests. It's a very library. Our where you may be having girls you work with. You will be with me on the first 3. So bathe on yourself, dress up, and go down to the first floor. Do not disclose yourself to him until he has finished the entry. 4. Lies down, no place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. He replied, I will do everything. 6. Go down to the first floor and do just as instructing her. 7. Mood went to lie down beside her. And she went clean and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. There was a woman lying at his feet. 9. He asked, I am your hand, Ruth. Spread your robe. For you are redeeming kinsman. 10. He exclaimed, be blessed of God. Your legs deep. Look, greater than others. In that you are not your man. 11. And now, whom your behalf
Were you asked? All the elders of my town know what a fun woman you are. Well, but if you're my kids, there is another one. We're closer now. 3. You left his word. Leave. But if he does not have his redeemer free, I will tell myself. As God loves. Find out. 14. So she lay until dawn. She was like this again, saying to her, known that the woman came to the threshing floor. She held it well, turned out 6 meters of barley, and he put on her bed. But she got that detail. 16. She was now sit with you. She told her all the women had done. 17. And she had he gave me 6 meters of barley, saying to me, do not go back to your husband while empty handed. 18. And Naomi said, stay here, daughter, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man purpose, what will send for her today. We use experience crossing on our side. We use experience. Choice of areas is an experiment. Discovering existence of your library are doing about businesses. 4. 1. Meanwhile, Boaz had come to the gate and sat down here. And now the redeemer, as had mentioned his father, he called, come over and sit down here. So it is so. And he came over and sat down. 2. And Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, and they said, 3. He said to the redeemer, now return to the country of Moab, must taste the land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. My functions was a matter tasting, acquired in the presence of my Savior, presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, tell me, and I may know. No one to redeem for you, and I come after you. I am to redeem it, he replied. 5. Continue. When you acquire the property from the appropriate people, you must also acquire my woman deceased domestic country. 6. Then I cannot redeem myself, unless I agree with you. You take over my money, redemption, for I am unable to do it. 7. Now this was cases of redemption to validate any trade or even the policy that had to be under. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when redeemer said to us, acquire for yourself. Boaz said, 9. Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, you listen today that I acquire all that belongs to Elimelech and all that belongs to Chile. 10. I am also acquiring Rabbi, the wife of Elimelech, as my wife, so as to conjugate the name of the deceased in this estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear. His kinsman and the king of his this is 11. All the people at the king and the elders answered, we are. May God to your house like grace and David, over whom you love the house of Israel. Prosper and favor and perpetuate your name and value. 12. And make your house like the house of pursuing Tamar to Judah through God will give you one this young. 13. So he was very rude, she became his wife, and he covenanted with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. Then he said to Naomi, blessed be God, who has not come the redeemer from you today. Make his name be perpetuated in Israel. 15. He bore your life and sustained your old age, for he is born of your daughter. Loves you and expected you to have 7 sons. 16. He took the child and held it to your bosom. 17. He first gave him the name, saying, the son is born today. They named him Reuben. He was above them, choosing, older than David. 18. This is the line of the rest. First he got his friend. 19. He started making Rachel. He got Amaniah. Amaniah begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Sam. 21. Sam begot Boaz. Boaz begot 22. Boaz begot Jesse. Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our side. Click OK to continue using this free. Learn more.
just it's depicted that, for instance, Kabbalah ways just one thing. Of course, such notions of there are now, and there are ways that the exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class serves as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Of its incredibly complex prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern mysticism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to we should serve as a springboard for deeper study and hopefully situate the developments of Jewish mysticism in their historical cultural context. Hopefully, to dive into the experiences, which are admittedly sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for the work on esoterica. Find the entire series under the playlist an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading for the next few weeks or these episodes after autumn of 2021 and time of series. You can find them in that playlist. If you found this series on Kabbalah interesting, check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon, perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate the information. Now, let's enter the world of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah. Well, I would say welcome. Welcome to the second part of our 10th session walk through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And we talked about last time, right? And Kabbalah, right? We're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah. It's still way off in the distance. So we're still very much in a time period right around the turn of the career, as to say, around the year zero. An anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, so we get a little bit from last time, just to understand where we were in a lay of the land. We find mysticism based on the class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everything is very good. So I'm going to define mysticism as putting a target on my head. The way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality and also the traditions that are true around those experiences. I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider them also need all the mystics to learn what they learn, and that will change who are in fact mystics. And there's a tradition in Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. Those much later intellectual mystics that say, look, I never had this experience, but I'm sure this person they're fundamentally also another form of mysticism that actually does. And as I mentioned last, the first mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews, of course, you have that name as there's one of the tribes of the 12 tribes of Israel. And so they make up a majority of the prophets they have in the Bible from all of them. They're not necessarily Jewish. And within the Jewish mysticism that seems to have been equivalent in Israelite society at that time were books of experience, nothing. And the same God showed up. And for
speak on behalf of God, that makes you a prophet. Although sometimes it's hard to deceivers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see hear something from God, and those folks refer to as the prophets. In the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking, we don't think the theophanies coming in where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses. We're really confident that's the logical piece of information. But we are, many scholars are relatively confident that Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter in the encounter they recorded in literature the book of Isaiah and the book respectively. Now, the idea that now you might be wondering, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? And we just don't have evidence to believe that that happened, but we have believed that the Ethiopian. Last time, it's very relevant. All Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which all things being equal, I wouldn't want to live I don't want any prophets in I don't want to get my streets screaming at people because they're like, woe to the believers, y'all are killing you all. I'm like, so I don't want to live anywhere more prophets. Egypt seems like a pretty good place to be a prophet. Right? We saw last time that there are real prophets, especially in the Assyrian context, when Israelites very carefully, like I relate to the Israelite context about some of those ancient and other ancient periods. The other equals one of the things that happened in ancient years were prophetic duels. They just didn't take words for granted. They seem crazy. If they seem crazy, they seem crazy, right? Jesus is in your toes. You might need help. And so many people in Egypt also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people prophecy to people, other people like, they're drunk. And so we see other ancient periods cultures engaging in prophecy, whether prophecies were one or between prophets to establish what the prophets are actually telling the truth. Just saying. It's a fighting game. Brings prophecy to an end, and what is as we may remember, the theme of the Bible is that God, the Israelites, Yahweh itself, they're revealing very inconvenient rules, and by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and God will protect them in the land and provide for them to have our family and well, what is happening is that for various reasons, the Israelite state is destroyed, and the Judean state is destroyed. As you might imagine, the entire theology is now a vassal contract, right? Being your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal is defeated. Oh, that's good. And so, if we look at a house and your landlord is bought up by, I don't know, some machine. You no longer reach with old landlord. Well, now you have to deal with other ones. And so you have some pretty complicated ideas. And the pretty complicated on the other hand is the entire company on one system ain't gonna work. Either God is defeated or we're defeated and we're down, right? You have the awkward relationship with your landlord. And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, that there are people who happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And really going over. And that new form of theology is going to emerge kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the equivalent. Alright. So top points. And that was your comment. So the top point is this is a question because of course it is in a class about mysticism.
actually say they want the left answer. If there was an unrecorded stream report, anyone know where the events of the story are actually depicted in times, not in the apocrypha, not before they're literally described, but in time, in the Hebrew Bible, in English, as you may know it. There was like, why are you asking questions like this? I'm the one that is left, right? So actually, you are right. It is not described transparently. It is, however, described in like probably the least Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. In some ways, one of the most used either. But some scholars, the Hebrew Bible scholars, are fairly confident that it included in a very elaborate system of symbols the story of the conquest of Syria and Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires of the colonies, solutions, also the rise of the Romans and the period of the rebellion, in fact described using the language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. Now, Daniel, very weird book, and by the way, it's only one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has this section which is written in early age. In chapter 7 through 12, there is a section in the using a very elaborate system of symbols to describe all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves another question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabeans. They kind of pro-Maccabeans, which a lot of people are terrifying. It wasn't a religious rebellion. Everybody in this class became for the Maccabees, just as why not? Everyone. They were glad to kill all of us for the end. Which is always weird about some of the guys that are complicated. Like even you're a progressive, little like I don't feel like you had up to the right people that were literally like Taliban, the Taliban. But anyway, we don't know why we don't finish. We thought they had just died. You know, it was a war in the Maccabees. Didn't want people to, I don't know, read. And so they just got killed. And so we got to the end of it. What's interesting about it is we now know we're going to give them these sections. They were written somewhere not beginning of the began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160. Around 167 BCE. So we're in that section of Daniel when it was written down. Now, one of the people that do things is strange language. One of the people that do things in weird sentences. Well, other than you kind of literary kind of religiosity of everything, in the act of the Iman, of the prophetic period, you kind of religiosity that we call fundamentalism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place is what we call the majority of the prophets did not predict the future. They all began. But the vast majority of the future describe all kinds of weird things that actually going on the day. The revelations written by John. Nostradamus, easel and eagle from the east that attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are we talking about? It's going to be the future. It's just not the present using encoded language, right? It's just what we call things invented prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be things to be a little cryptic, right? And again, what is one of the things people like to do? Criticize the standard term. And do you really want to be a person living in a Roman Empire being like, apocalypticism is part of the apocalyptic. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking crazy stuff. The world of the fire's going to come, it's going to be this and that, going to get knocked off, and all this stuff happens, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future. The word apocalypticism has been filtered so good with Christianity. Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future. Early Christians thought it was going to happen in their lifetime. Jesus now trying to speak. Really sort of word. In fact, the most famous case at the time, predictable higher. Because Nebuchadnezzar was distributed right. It's like predicting, right? Like continue. It's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to. So Ezekiel itself actually has to come back. He has to interpret his to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was completely actually predictable. Making predictions, especially clear predictions, right? Folks may know from too vague. Right? Tuesday, March 29, blah 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 blah. But you're pretty clear arrests on that. And so most of the companies they don't feature like large, right? And in general, just the whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for holders is a real thing because they have to explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and why a prophet got it wrong, and then fix it, and then further fix it. My favorite example is, yeah, it initially got conquered by now. Somebody conquered it. It wasn't totally wrong. That's what you got. Okay. They always lean on Hellenistic ideas. Hellenistic ideas. Idea. Basically, God everything together. And there was going to be a conflagration that would be destroyed by fire. It's a very common idea. Or else, just if you go to a Greek philosopher at the time, the low fire is going to send the whole thing. They're like, sounds reasonable. What with that? So it's actually a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic Greek idea. So, say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute. I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which political and theological upheaval lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of indigenous people of Jews against agriculture. Hundreds of thousands of the process. What's important to understand this theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this is what on what is called the Yahweh and Israel have a so that is the way it's prophets God telling the Israelites, you're doing your contract. If you persist in this, God will punish you. God's going to break the contract. Everything comes slowly apart. Again, 6th century BCE, destroyed. There's just a serious. The serious problem is if every guy was massacred, that would have brought you. You broke the treaty. Everyone's dead. I mean, not massacred. It would have been theologically. They took the entire aristocratic section in Judea. Keep it on. Not on. Since the Jewish population living in Babylon, they were living, they owned slaves. They had business, right? In fact, their life in Babylon, in exile, when the Jews returned to Israel, to Judea, by the Romans, didn't want to go. Like, I can live here by the rivers, and we can like live in good. I want to go home, and so with home, something about comfort and security. We go back to a wasteland, rebuild something, right? Rock in the middle of, and this was the problem. Right? There had to be Jews, there had to be Jews bring them to go. So when we talk about whatever, they were not maybe in exile, and we know that. Living. The problem again is a theological problem. They're still there. They still do when the prophecy is supposed to be destroyed. So, should we still look at Yahweh? The temple has been destroyed. What do we do with the children? It doesn't make sense anymore. The covenant of Yahweh doesn't make sense because there's a right here. So, what do you do? What do you do? We try to maintain the old covenant, and some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem with trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken. The Judeans have been destroyed. They moved to Babylon. There's no lot. What to do with them is the real problem. Well, what arises as a settling that problem? Right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your view. Right? You simply get your theology. And is a new kind of religion went into exile. Judaism came. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced is recognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals, burning beer and grain. The sky god, one year religion like that. What comes out of exile is an innovative religion that's much more like the Judaism that we recognize now. They innovate. They theologically innovate. Theology, but really philosophically changes what it really means. And so one of those kinds of changes is that
God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be really important. But also happening here, right? The Israelites, right? We're going to have to begin to think about the relationship. This God, and on top of this God's going to have to tell them what in the world will this be covenant and to do with this. This is not happening. We didn't know. And well, what ends up happening in the heart is that you promise them the plan multiple times, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated them the new kind of prophecy, sees how God showing them, what he communicates, how God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement. It's a much more visual movement. And so this is now think of it as a distinct kind of religion. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're just communicating what God is showing them. They're doing this reveal to them. And that's a completely different phenomenal experiencing this. It's a very different kind of mysticism and being. Not what this imitates is. How they get the ability to how to understand this. And the answer is really no. We don't have to worry about how to come down. The best theory I've seen is that what is happening is that the Jedi's go into exile have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy. They have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was not less than an order of magnitude that you guys could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of people running what a little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena. Right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a completely backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly literate, diplomatic documents. They write the language of Babylonians. When they arrive in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the compared to the Babylonians. Again, aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York. Right? You just religion culture. Zoroastrianism and so forth. A reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. I want to be clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, obvious what they believe. So, Zoroastrianism is a basic dualistic religion that claims that a good God and an evil God or non-physical spiritual entities. And those non-physical spiritual entities combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the structures there. Now, this good versus dualism is the result of catastrophic and not only that, the divine comedy now here South and time they will judge. There is a massive set of literature
doing sacrifice of animals. Those priests, by the way, are called magi, from the baby Jesus. Anyway, rational sound pretty familiar to most of us. It can take a little too. All ingredients cocktail called Christianity. Or a platform of Judaism. Now, that's the idea that Judaism changed not to be people. Completely intellectually superior to the people. I can guarantee you they would have influence. So Zoroastrianism has a impact. Anyways, Zoroastrianism has very great racism. So thank God for Zoroastrianism. At least for American religion in Iran, America, but unfortunately it's pretty small. So, here's a little bit about the groundwork of fundamentalism. Right? We call it mode. When I use the word mode for folks who use it's not really self. It's our teaching was merely Judaism, but obviously it's just in many ways Judaism. It's when it's completely other and the apocalypse really matters. Judaism is to try and connect Christianity that way, but also Islam. Islam is also a religion based God. So what makes you now what's important to know about no one in Judea or Babylon said what they did was be religious. And religions that they developed. What's very important to note here is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. What's important to know that why people perfectly. Something about a stable kind of scheme. We do think of it with imperfect. So, first is the name, right? It comes from the word Greek, which means to reveal, to uncover. Work about this in literature. What tends to reveal is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to God. God's not telling them to go feeling very kind of things to a human being. And typically, that's being mediated by an angel. Says, let me show you something. In whatever kinds of cosmology the universe works. If you ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is right? They're interested in so very important sometimes ironic considering most people, apocalypticists are interested in here. And because if evil is in the world and it's out there, and where it came from, you'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about discussing people, right? Even though the name, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis says, and that's where it all comes from. It names something, right? You have to work for your bread. It's a child named increase by right? So it never that's where everything went off the rip, right? The apocalypse will be very also the use of symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't use symbolism, but the apocalypse will be very interested in symbolism. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier, with the activity, they're going to be the same kind of criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that they encourage those criticisms by describing what's happening. Right? So they describe present events. That's going to be tempting. Amos didn't encode anything. He's like, you people, like, he's not doing it. Like, he's not like, become fat of the land. That's not what they do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression. They're really interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things happen to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just like do this bad thing? Like, by the Romans, they just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on? Right? It's real. Right? Question. It's like they're very interested in why does tribulations happen, right? And tribulation, the idea is it's real bad for a while. But when you look at this, God has a plan, and how we have it. We have a plan. We take another plan. They're also somehow interested in the end of the world. Now, when I see the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's nothing of that in Israel. Everybody thought Israel was the same like funnel. No matter if you're good or a bad person, you're going to the same place. It's something. Let's say that's not fair. This idea completely wrong with what they're asking, right? That's a big step. Does that make sense? It makes sense for all. A lot of people really people they both good, suffering honestly under foreign occupation. There's right, there's no good culture, no various realms of heaven, no journeys for the very parts of the afterlife. It's always the same. The world is very certain about the good guys and the bad guys. I give it. Are doing that. God, yeah, is bad. God is a much more dualistic world. Times of political crisis, right? Right? Whether it's right, or whether it's sons of one versus sons of darkness, times of the world, and that's all the strive. Again, Marx kind of talk about but we're all different. Getting back to that answer, so anyway, right? It's really important about apocalypse and apocalypse is someone's got to fix all this, right? Because clearly being conquered by the Romans being massacred by very people, but you never have a global analysis of the world. They're kind of a parochial people. In terms of this spiritual behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature or art is typically synonymous. Although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote, Enoch wrote this, or Abraham this. So they like to allege authorship. Right? Like, wrote a book about the guy who had some shoes. You know, man, the shoe guy, man, he comes. Right? The patriarch who died, you know, Noah's grandfather, father, Noah's yeah, he was real. Right? So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what this is for, right? One right. But the first is historical and psychological. You're living of theological, political turmoil. Right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. I like turmoil. One of the things I try to figure out why is it happening to me. Right? Because we first do it. And if we understand something, we can do it. You know, or you can be real smart and they basically just like right? But it's happening to you. There's no person I feel like was what's going on? Why is it happening? Right? Why is it happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense like physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, so it just happened. Right? People don't do that. They try to explain why it's happening. They're right. They want to explain why it's happening. They want to feel like it's not for the reason. That you do go through a traumatic experience and it's meaningless. You're a rock from the sun, middle of the void, and in 4 billion years, on this planet and everything is Earth will be exist. We don't know how this makes sense for you. We don't understand why our traumas are happening. We don't our traumas mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, overwhelming data from the literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. This is a very deterministic literature. And that your suffering is it's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The world, right? This is all part of the plan. I think it's also going to be 2 months. The person who has a lie can endure any harm. The person who has a lie can endure any harm. People can, you know, through right? And so the idea is you get a why part of a plan. And in that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire drama is like being colonized, like being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving you. It's really about that. And so, you're protesting. It's coming up. Right? Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One thing is militarily try to fight the Romans. You can try that. And people did. And they have also write books about how they're bad. God hates them. God's going to judge them. God's going to kill them. I said earlier, you can just write down things, right? Who are the Romans? Some period else. You don't have to be able to. That's interesting. Right? So do that. If you know, like the movie, right? If you want to read the literature, so that was a big now how does this work? I'm not feel you the plan. You put the problem. The plan. It's the way or still form God's structure form according to everything is part of the plan. The plan. And you're part of the plan like that. You find it, I know people go through turmoil. Once in a while, right? Clearly, I fix it. Explain why the whole is 21, right? It describes why bad things happen. It tells you how it's all in. It tells you the things that you're going through as a people are not. They're not what they are. Right? So, but they literally part of the plan in which you operate, collaborating, and God is speaking. That idea, I don't know about it is magical. If I track this on the things like this, it's different to read much Marxist propaganda, right? It reads production, right? That's being driven by history, and if it's just come to right? Dictatorship of the proletariat. Like, Cereal now, son. It's not God. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years, maybe 4,000 years. It was written in BCE, and it's sticking all the way through in the Middle Ages of the Syrian Jew, turmoil, and so the apocalyptic Christianity is a religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the equivalent paradigm than any other form of theism. The folks live here from one of the other Nazi scrolls, they believe it so much that when the Jews revolt against the Romans, the folks look at that people. Josephus can be chosen to do they fought. They try to organize and say what Nazis. They store our skulls in the buildings, and we never came to the point that they were dead because they lost all the land. Lucky for us, more or less for a couple thousand years. You can even see in the literature where they're bleeding for the battle, even describing the banners in the battle. And I when the Legion of Roman soldiers were like, why they want this stuff, right? And they still that didn't work. And then the Romans massacred them. And what was it? I mean, when you literally you're out the very last one to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home. Right? If that's your strategy, that was a strategy. Daniel is imbued with apocalypticism, the wars that he's called text. Perhaps the famous apocalyptic text of all time is the Book of Enoch, included not even general Jewish literature, but preserved by heroic people of Ethiopia. One guy, because they to have it not happen, they're really practicing. But they preserve all the things that are so important to Judaism. So anytime I think of what we can do, not preserved right
which we'll be discussing next time, you get the vision. Go to show you what it's supposed to do, what spiritual techniques are developed, what is going to use, what businesses on the road, there's other kind of market, and what you describe going to God's houses and being shown this stuff. It's scary. As you can imagine, apocalyptic Judaism, forbidden Judaism, however, never would apply to us. The rabbis never fully apocalypse. Because the rabbis don't know the day-to-day keeping on of the certain lifestyle, not the titanic analogy. Right? The rabbis know how to do Judaism, how to destroy it. How do you know? They put it together differently. God shows you tomorrow, right? So, in many ways, Judaism was like actions. And one thing that's against what they from the says in every time church that on the other side, the years that you got the rabbis he was right that was the rabbis may fall before the Messiah comes. Unfortunately, didn't go to alive for supporting the culture of that. So, it's very, very dangerous. It incredibly screen right now from this time. I'm going to grab my collection and look at the shelf. In norm of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic period. Concepts of things that were very popular. For instance, as an scroll, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there were copies of Leviticus. That's like the Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch. Right? They're more interested in Enoch. Literature was incredibly important. Even the rest of the community did something produced. We have dozens of Christian apologetic, including the Apostle John. You might ask why. Well, Jesus had that coming back to us. And Christians were in trouble too. We were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being by the Jews. Weird. People started dying. Well, what do we do when people die? Jesus was coming back. Year after year. Also, in the Islamic literature, enormously influential Christian and Jewish ideas. So there are the dialogue is a good example of a anti-writer, the battle of God in the world, which is the book of Daniel, and the battle of India and the Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, would also occur in Islam. So these religion Judaism is going to increasingly Look at Maccabees, right? That's about the why the Maccabees is well. Why?
And nearly 50% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their life. That's hundreds of millions of people. The world's going to end in their it's an apocalyptic and apocalypse for a huge part of American religiosity. When you think of other kinds of things, you know, those folks say that they are not 100% apocalyptic understanding in history. And of course, that's the US government. They have their belief that was pretty significant mismanagement. Well, usually over the course of about 500 years, and Judaism specifically has made enormous religiosity. That in the world today. In the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument. But merge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our have a form of apocalypse that a mysticism into of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is mysticism. You also know the Israelis that are after right now, or just also share these slides that so you can have access to great apocalyptic collection of literature. This is a really good text by British. The largest scholar of apocalypticism book, The Apocalyptic Imagination. Right, class number. You'd be reading Christian apocalypticism, again, Christian apocalyptic in the Middle Ages. People like watching a Fior, the most amazing white lights. Also, John Reed, it's called Trajectories in Years of Apocalypticism, and this issue covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, but doesn't get much today, mostly because a lot of it's not been translated. Reeves provides a introduction to apocalypticism that survived into Jewish apocalypticism that survived the Middle Ages. So, again, the mysticism that emerges to break down prophecy, but renegade prophecy, to show rather than tell, and show the whole plan of the universe, how you, Jew, and the other woman, and just incredible. We all seen these books are predicting what it's necessary what will be part of the return in Judaism during the beginning of the 4th century. Come back. Thank you for joining me. Jewish mysticism and my work free and on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting or perhaps one-of-a-kind donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin for watching or the art and history and religion. Gary and Mary Ruth have been working on this story for a long time. In 1989, a soft-spoken scientist in Nevada on local television said something that would not go for the next 3 decades. He said that he had a facility called Desert, just south of Area 51 in the Nevada desert. His actual job was to so you get yeah, did you was there ever where you were like over 50% of the time I get this aspect? Yeah, because it's who is it? We have to look under the cover, see if there's something wired in there for a bomb. I mean, we're even at the only that wasn't open, I think was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, you know. Finally did. Looked over the car, but yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb or somebody figured it out. But George said, I think they just threw it. Mario, we really got a lot of time, and it's hard to try to even keep. So I kept saying it's really hard to like explain and express what that worry was, because it was what he said was volatile at the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he said I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. on stage, and he would start the car. Because he was like, I'm going to do it. But you can see, even from Mario's perspective, ordering, this is something that really was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for why are they doing this? So clearly you think something could go wrong. So they were trying to just or do something, whatever that was. It was happening according to
In the sense that maybe like there was they talk about the program sometimes like it's a cartel, like a mafia that exists outside the state. Yes, the second that enforcement Vegas is a hotspot for that sort of thing. That's per se, but it was like these guys were disconnected from it. They were like they're out. They like even like Joe Lear was like he had this picture with like that's like this FBI agent who was very involved in the you get this in that whole world like the Mormons who were around. There was a lot of and it was like they were trying to, like you could see this ability government official calling I mean, you live in Montreal, there's stuff there, and I'm sure bumped into things, people.
I talk about it when I hear about all these organizations and Chris and the intelligence community, and I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar origin. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved in the church of anything, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody to the secret and how still is was able so that if ever something or somebody does start going to wrong, you can basically steer that person and say, well, these guys will and it'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will remember.
That's right. Let's go. Like, you were going out there, your that's what it feels like. It's a lot of sense. And you look at
Illegal act.
which really, if you want to enforce something like this, that's the way you can do it. Which is crazy stuff we did I've seen too. It's just they're just clearly it's this distributed kind of communist system. And it deals with spooky side. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like you're looking into it. Isn't that wild? Yeah, it's really wild. And then he says it's so spread. Here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Lear, and I've seen it. This is the end of his life now. And he goes, why did you put some security on it? And he goes, well, a bunch of physicists were diagrams. And so, they were kind of aging out. And I'm like, what was it? And so well, it's a bunch of them. He's going to be near that. Yes. This was on. Oh my God. Yeah, this is our DOE, Department of Energy Security. And then you realize, Richard Sims got me with the Clinton's new Secretary of Energy. And he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed Tom back in the day. And he's talking about lots of inflation, claiming to get cold And then he's taken out of Herbert to the math department.
None of that makes any sense. None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive out to Ranch Hall. We lived really close to it. And they always called it Victoria's Secret Ranch because more
Really?
models there. Yeah.
So you would drive by Steve's ranch and they would call them
Yeah, you can see it. Right by it. They drive it on the ski.
Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close with Chris Wexner, the CEO of Victoria's Secret. Yeah. So you would drive by and they would call it that.
Everybody knows that. We drive out for radiation. My company did. We come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple times.
Damn. So because like, and also for the people that are like disbelief. It's like, look at all the all is controlling science or something weird. Yeah.
I get, I'll say it. It's just, we're just talking about this one guy. This one guy. It's not just clearly. No, it's not just one guy. Yeah. I mean, frankly, there's a lot of people.
You had an extension of something. He was obsessed with the Casimir effect and he would do these gravity conferences and then the very fact that
Do you know that for a fact?
yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact. And I'm calling him an air
Casimir effect?
So this was a colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, has his theory of everything in physics, where aging gravity is quantizing gravity beyond my grade. But and Epstein got his theory before just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard department?
Do you think it was just his hobby or something? Like science was his hobby, and he just had money to connect these.
I think that you read his emails, and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what was doing it, but he didn't know. He was like a low-level version of it. And so they'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration you see in atoms. And you're like, who's getting this stuff? And then he's sort of mining for the input. Weird. I mean, he said that. He said that. Which is true.
It's comic club. It's a comic club. I'm ready. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, that's what time is. But time
is very weird. Yeah. What you say? Just from a pure physics perspective, it's an anomaly. Strange. It's the most used noun in the English language, but we can only define it with respect to the macroscopic bodies and oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not it's a thing that it's almost like fish in a fish where the fish are trying to even describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it. Yeah,
yeah. You have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside. I think it's the concept that makes us happy.
Do you think that there's something about time that might help explain some of the stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there.
Yeah.
Because gravity is organic chunks that are missing from physics. And I think some people have access to that.
Yeah. I think so. The cosmic wrench, the other thing that this guy Burkhard says is that the cosmic wrench is the repulsive form of gravity. If you look at dark energy, you can literally look at it as one of the four fundamental forces, but it's just really exists. Right. Yeah.
That's
dark matter.
Really funny.
Dark matter is it's just there to
placeholder.
justify gravity's
Yeah. I always figured gravitons were what this.
Yeah. gravity, it's right on that. George Trimble, VP, Morgan Corporation's RIA, Research for its Institute for Advanced Study, and uses really wacky curving with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown. And it's going to take us the time that it took to build the model to basically be gravity. That's Richard Hardwick.
Hello, Mr. Aquarius, are you ready?
The two things that come up for gravity, where there's a lot of smoke but no fire. And then the second thing is very fast rotating superconductors. Those things that surveys that actually 30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing more research and more convinced that I'm right. And can you say anything about what do you think you're right about? There's another force, and it's not gravity. And what is the if you were to keep it the right resistance to gravity, clearly you'd have these other byproduct effects.
Thank you, man.
Gravity, but again, I think gravity is just back and forth. I think this other force, you can to make simplify it, push your. I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. Some of the observations with gravity would also overlap in this other force, but I think it's a unique force. Have you ever measured this force? Next question. All right. Yeah. No, there's no follow-up. Okay.
Is there anything level that you can say is research most the experience? Anything just duplicating that? Okay. I'm sure. And I'm going to. I've already got this interesting person. Yeah. That's why I'm on the perspective. Yeah, it's just to scale stuff up. Yeah, good. What do you hope your legacy is in like 200 years from now? Who's going to know? I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. Like, if there are this lineage of technology that is completely separate. And I'm going to be overwritten by people. Look, there's other bazaars and things that are going to come along. Look what's happening. All the people that came out since then. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out. Yeah, they're amazing people who've come out since you first. Yeah. There's going to be a big, important ones. You just are going to look back to the 80s and think you're just going to focus on those guys. I would put it in that if you had an army of people coming out for you, the fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. It's more likely you'd be.
Reload.
But I know exactly how to do it. That's actually a big. You saw one hanging up against the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Has one. There was just a hole. Clearly, metal has the shot from the bottom. Yeah. Interesting. With like a
was a human.
It looks like something we would have done. Stand it up, shoot through, and see if we can penetrate this material.
Do you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic and UFOs and then taking out UFOs, taking them down?
Well, that was another directive of the project. It was well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. I mean, our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost. Is directive 1 and directive 2 was be able to disable the system at a distance at any cost. And so that is somewhat directed energy, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going.
I guess, have you heard of any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy?
The only thing I've heard prior to that was about the Roswell craft lightning crashing. So,
Are there any of these stories, like, do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you can relate to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash. What I've heard, but it sure seems like they're working real hard to cover something up.
That's,
The Roswell crash was one. It was not anymore. It was so big here. There was like 3 was scattered all over vessels. And then there was actual pod with beams that was not, I think it was like 2 miles away where the hikers, they went the kids that walked. So clearly it was 2 different bamboo, the pieces that looked like bamboo with the hang on it, that was that bristle with the 3 middle and the pod. The information we have of it is the bodies, and one of them was already being eaten by some animals. Were eating it. One of them was obviously it was clearly so but the only thing I'm remembering is that Jesse Marcel was the military, and he said
You win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good, Aquarius. Thank you, madam. You too. Thank you.
his son, Air Force Flight Surgeon, said that he took a little bit, but he played with material. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm a kid from people with this one. And here's what's even crazier. In 1949, there is a contract between the Telford Rail Institute and Airfield, which turns into Ray Patterson, which is where the wreckage, the Roswell wreckage, was rumored to be taken. And it's like around alloys, like titanium, different titanium alloys, and this titanium nickel alloy. As you know, it's basically memory that nickel was defined as actually showed up in a sections. And that's what Jesse Marcel described materialized.
yeah, because that's really indestructible stuff.
Yes.
And I remember him saying, you can take flex it a million times and it doesn't crack. It's what they use that in official parts because you can keep flexing and it just doesn't wear.
It's wild. And then you have, of course, saying that he helps pull out this material and made it still sector because of his position. He was, acting
was one single organ removed from the chest.
Was that kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that gnarly? Or you like that?
At this point, it was glancing.
There were rumors that the program was going to maybe move to Indonesia or Southeast Asia when you were leaving. So
They were anxious to move the project out of there completely. And, ideally, they said they would have loved to go to the south, maybe Kwajalein Island or something, but they said the expensive would have been so great it's just. But they just wanted to get away from the ice.
Yes, the program is a very effective one. It's a foreign place now.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
That would make sense.
I don't believe it. I think that would be a lot of.
And you discovered it in 115.
It wasn't discovered. It's something Barry and I were looking at.
Okay, so
You can't really say we discovered it.
okay. Well, I thought your contribution was
It's our contribution. It was what I was doing.
okay.
So, but I can't say it was just but it was God, what the hell did we read? Atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Atomic absorption spectroscopy. And you did that.
We had, we also did something to do with X-ray diffraction too. Barry was familiar with the equipment, but
You wait for the exact isotope. Did you know that like when you discovered it?
yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Forgot the that would be that. It'd also be a number of problems for you. It would be like, oh my god, they figured out like a new isotope. But
Be able to produce it. Sure, right. I mean, it's not too many teams, so I mean, yes. So I mean, we recognized it. So for you, anybody help you? Because it's like we try to synthesize. Take it on, just put together. Whatever comes out, it's not like you can go, we're going to make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like, it's the old smashing this with watch into concrete wall. Well, that's it.
could you do some of those techniques? Do it.
You need the equipment. You need equipment like, accelerators and
So you don't have the isotope. Or maybe.
we don't have it now.
Okay.
So you're at,
Or you need.
so that, are we recording? So no.
Okay. But then can you figure out isotope? Theoretically, you did.
Yeah, you could. All I have to do is move it again.
Okay. Oh, I see. That's a bummer. I hosted a debate between Eric Weinstein and Eric Davis. Eric Weinstein's a probably combining physicist, and then Eric Davis is this other guy in UFO worldview focusing on economic. Weinstein said that he knew he was kind of exasperated. He was like, if you're a physicist, theoretical physicist on the program, but you talk about theoretical physicists on site.
I think they were exhausted by it. And I think they kept going over the road and never got the answers there. They were looking for let's just do something out of left field and see what we come up with. So, that was again, that's what made me think this isn't going to eat all of us. Of course, yeah. And
magnetism done in the last million years. Now again, these things don't lie in the realm of conventional proven science. But while there's no proverbial fire, there is a whole smoke around it. I'm talking not only of the experiment of Townsend Brown, but of Eugene McClintock, namely, and others. And one single element might tie all of these stories together. Pittsburgh. There's a reason why we kept hearing about it at S4, where bismuth matters. We'll break down the science clearly as we can. It starts with something called a K factor. A K factor, or dielectric constant, is simply the material's ability to store and discharge electric fields. Now, this has important implications for reciprocal anti-gravity lines. You see, the higher the K factor, the more drop, more propulsion in Townsend Brown's connectors. Brown spent his career charging those high kilos to amplify the effect discovered. Bismuth is one of them. And in the context of his anti-gravity work, there's an interview from this guy, Lewis Wheeler, who's at RIAS, which is Norton Corporation Pre-Working Chair. They're, where they were studying sort of the most exotic propulsion modalities. And he says in this interview with the American Institute of Physics, there's a guy named Townsend who claims to have an isotope of bismuth for material that works with historical anti-gravity experiments. Reverse engineering gets bismuth and element 115, Sylvia, share the same number of valence electrons. Valence electrons are the electrons in the outermost shell of an atom, the ones that determine how an element bonds, reacts, behaves chemically. And class 5 was or element 15. Class 5, they fit in the same column of the periodic table, 15, which means they have essentially the same chemical personality, the same bonding geometry, the same family of crystal structure, the same tendency to form the layered compounds that produce the most exotic quantum behavior known to material science. Lazar described element 115 as the fuel source for the craft's propulsion system. Mind you, this was in 1989, before element 115 had never been synthesized or named. When it finally was synthesized in 2003, it turned out to be addicted, a group 13 element, the same chemical family as bismuth. And bismuth is basically the most magnetically bizarre stable element. That's either the most chemically literate lucky guess in history, or easy to guess at all. And here's where the science gets genuinely strange. Bismuth is one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. Most high-K materials are passive. They sit there holding charge and do nothing else. Bismuth is different. It fights back. Exposed bismuth to a magnetic field, and instead of being attracted the way iron pushes towards the magnet, it pushes away. This property is called diamagnetism, and bismuth was more of it than any other stable element on Earth. Not slightly different, dramatically, anomalous, inexplicably more. The reason lives inside the atom itself. Every electron does two things simultaneously. It orbits the nucleus and it spins onto axis like a tiny tunnel. And later, the barely merger. The bismuth is part of the periodic table. And element 83, one of the stable elements that exists, and it's super heavy. It's extraordinary. The electrons in the outer shell so matter that physicists, relativistic regime, they're traveling in a fraction of this light, and when something moves that fast, the universe starts playing by different rules. And those means Einstein's physics takes over view. The consequence is that the screaming, hurling outer electrons generate a powerful magnetic field just within the motion, and that magnetic field slams it into the Earth's spin. This is a process called orbit coupling, and in bismuth, it's ferociously strong, so strong that bismuth's electrons become, in a sense, magnetically self-aware, generating an opposing field in response to anything applied to them from the outside. So that's why bismuth has anomalous diamagnetism. The electrons are just passive, and they're
the most amazing thing is leading into it, putting all of your force on that. Nothing moves at all. When they're reading this up.
This also makes the natural topological dopant, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, it induces what physicists call topological states. These states geometrically into the structure of the material can be destroyed by disorder or impurity. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality. Element 15 with the 5 outer electrons in its bisband would have dramatically stronger relativistic effects and would theoretically be an even more powerful topological dopant. Most physicists predict half-conjugate crystal structures, which happen to be the exact crystal family that bisband-based topological insulators already prefer. Same color, same electrons, a diode turned up to a level we've never engineered. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get this exotic chemistry jargon first, then space? Well, here's where the chemistry ends and something bigger begins. In Einstein's general relativity, energy and momentum in all forms, including the energy stored in fast-spinning relativistic electrons, technically covers space-time. Every electron in the most literal physical sense, warping the fabric of it. Now, for ordinary matter, this effect is so incomprehensibly tiny, it effectively doesn't exist. A small group of serious physicists began asking dangerous questions in the 1990s. What if, instead of spinning randomly in all directions, gravitational effects link each other into noise? You can align them to a single coherent date, all pointing in the same direction. This was the life's work of Dr. Ning Li, a physicist who to dabble in the anti-gravity. More specifically, she worked in radiomagnetic theory. Li was a woman who eventually left her position at the University of Alabama Hospital to work full-time at Rothschild Arsenal on research is so sensitive, it effectively diminished from public view. In the chair of her at University of Alabama Hospital, Larry Smalley was so high conviction in her work that he proposed that superconductors with electrons surrender their individual identities and merge into a collective state. The magnetic effect of those electrons normally washed away in chaos, which sucks into alignment in coherent direction. She was trying to build a gravity engine in the laboratory. Let's compare that with Bill Lazar's work on UFOs in the 80s, years before Li's work ever became public. Lazar described 3 cylindrical emitters at the base of a craft. The emitters at the base of Lazar's craft didn't produce thrust in the traditional sense. They didn't urge against air or expel mass. They generated a directed alteration of the gravitational field itself that the craft would then just fall into. Geometry. The craft moved through space. It literally bent space. And space carried it. That description. Organized field-generating devices producing the directional gravitational effect by aligning and focusing the force that normally handles itself to zero is structurally almost precisely. Namely, was theorizing in a laboratory thousands of miles away, using completely different source material in the same place years later.
The craft is in operation. There is a high voltage detector
And then there's the hull of the craft. Lazar said that he believed the craft's hull material was an electric, basically a material that permanently stores electric field.
I think material the craft is made from is an electric. And so it's just like a magnet always has a magnet, an electrical. It's certainly something.
Bismuth is one of the finest electric materials known, used in high temperature sensor applications precisely control one by the other. No, they're readily available here. It sits at the intersection of type magnetism, insulator behavior, high-tech metabolics, electric properties, multi-ferrous, of bismuth numbers, and a theoretical stable version of element 15. All of those things on steroids. Bismuth sits right at the edge of where relativistic light begins to dominate everything. By the time you get to dystopian, you might have full-fledged space-time engineering. And what's our future state is Gary Nolan has this magnesium bismuth piece in his life, and you need some sort of, like sort of cases heavier elements, create isotope ratios that you just don't find out to make any sense. Like any of the also, the thing was found. So, in a anomaly in the sky, and it crashed, like 50 or 60, one of George Floyd in Brazil. And the similarity between ground and Mueller's anti-gravity with our sports club don't stop here. Would use these and kind of high crime rates of the voltage would be a steep claim where it would increase very, very sharply. Exercise terrors, you would have very high frequency energy going into the brain.
There's something about this, I think, that's that's undiscovered. So much that we're unable to do because it's an element of our technology.
It's been in Townsend Brown's experiments. Its properties in making these proven magnetic. Bismuth as an ideal raw material for a UFO, exactly like the one was already described. Bismuth in the UFO samples that Stanford Professor Gary Nolan is analyzing right now as a preponderance of evidence.
There's so much more than there was 20 years ago. I mean, all these guys are the cutting edge. All my information is so old and probably outdated. So who knows right now what kind of grants they're using. Part of the theory that ran is still that's correct. I think everything I know is outdated. It's just interesting to look back at. I don't take any blame for that stuff. And as far as attention, I need attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to come in the corner and tell you all this. I got to.
And do you feel like, on a personal basis, you had migraines? Do you feel like you've suffered when your anxiety levels are higher than or
Having a heart attack. So I have my son, the whole and my arteries are clear. It's stress. I'm sorry, man. Just had shingles all through my face. It almost made me go blind again from stress. It's just wears you down over time.
You're love to appreciate it. And you should be able to down out the world you're at right now. It's just this, these would be cool.
To be able to somebody doing it.
Insane customers.
Yeah, I just said it on great.
The best use of your brain because I want to see you. That'd be amazing. Also, you interesting.
Yeah.
This was a total honor. You should be so proud because I know you were in it. I hear what people say, like, oh, you should feel it. They'll say that to me. I'm great. I got very with the timing of like when I got into this. But truly, I speak to you and I'm hoping and there are people like
Luigi's cashing in on a movie or something. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's poetic justice that you made this movie. So I want you to know that. And did you ever think we'd be here now that, like, on our podcast, watching you bomb yesterday? When you guys were talking, it was reading a message from my sister, Veronica, who's married. It's for me to see it that way because I can't imagine everything that happened. And for me, is success because I put her in this. I didn't know how it was going to work. I still don't know where it's going, but we just went for it. All the past is a lot of negative associated to it. And I'm so proud of the team. Chris, that's my right hand, and all it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Chris. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Monica. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Emily that was in the office taking care of everything. We all know what it is. It wouldn't exist for Vanessa to be doing all this work online and finding all we wouldn't have found it at Teller Tape if it wasn't for Vanessa. And it was scary. It's just this project did your company to zero, and we were attacked ferociously for over a year and a half. And we're the full story, and we really can't get into it. We all just say, I love it. There was some crazy scary when you institution like TV kind of a thing where it's like we put sort of power to as far as the antibodies, coming against you. Yeah, unbelievable. Stuff that all the if you say it sounds so crazy that you don't need to say it because people give me a break. Yeah. Have you experienced that in your life? Have you experienced like little things? Oh yeah. And I didn't expect this to happen. Not coming from those people. Getting, demanding Luigi on your communication. So on a court document, we wrote that. What are you talking about? Have you ever gotten something like, sir, we can't accept the payment here? Anything like that? It's a little weird. What do you mean? Like something like that. Something like there's something going on in the background of some routine thing you're trying to do. We don't want to deal with it. Yeah, that was a long time ago, a couple things, decades ago. Not specifically, but people kind of mess with you on a different level. You were doing it to bring them up. Well, you found the one gig you get, which is cool. On a specific note, I really appreciate you. Okay, so there are British UFOs that have been flying around Area 51 since the 80s and 90s altitudes. A sports model UFO operator might use principles similar to documenting gravity research. Kernels of non-human origin are being recovered at the bottom of the oceans all over the world by the Navy. The bombs will either be entirely by history and be predicted, or as I predict, they'll be heralded as a canary in the coal mine, the forerunner in a stampede of revolutionary unions. Whether you believe or disbelieve the story, it should be treated as a with very real truths underlying to be discovered by those who take it. So if you think there's something to anyways, don't let up. It is the first man, Neil Armstrong, once cryptically said. I
the atomic side. Thank you all so much for supporting the show.
Is that going on there?